You can start now.
Start. Welcome everyone to this webinar. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night everyone, to all our audiences from across the globe watching this webinar. I also welcome our esteemed guests and experts, Mr. K.D. Bhardwaj from National Productivity Council India, Mr. Lu from Asian Productivity Organization Japan. These guests would be starting the day program today, and our today's theme is the way forward for business and society. All these leaders from industry are going to set a tone today that what lies ahead with their own perspective, understanding and experience, what that the business and society shall do further. So in that context, we have our first speaker, Mr. K.D. Bhardwaj. He would be the one who is going to start the day session today. I will briefly read his profile. Mr. K. Excuse me.
We cannot hear you, Ratoriji.
Yeah, sorry for the interruption. Yeah. So we have Mr. K.D. Bhardwaj. He's regional director with NPC, and he is also director for international services on behalf of National Productivity Council. Mr. Bhardwaj is an environmental engineer by qualification, and he has more than 25 years of professional experience in the area of environment, management and productivity, including more than 13 years with the National Productivity Council of India and 10 years with the Tokyo-based Asian Productivity Organizations. He is a recognized expert on 3R and green growth for UNEP and UNCRD. He played a key role to make India the most host country and successfully organized the prestigious 8th Regional 3R Forum in Asia and the Pacific, April 2018, Indore, MP. The UNCRD Japan government and Ministry of Urban and Housing sponsored multi-activity forum with 900 high-level participants from 40 countries that rejuvenated 3R campaigns among Indian cities. Mr. Bhardwaj led and coordinated development of user-friendly toolkits on 6 waste management rules for nationwide training of stakeholders for the effective implementation of waste management rules with the emphasis on reduction, reuse, recycle of waste. He has also been involved in waste management minimization studies for various industrial sectors and capacity building programs for industries, pollution control boards, and urban local bodies. He has extensive environmental consultancy work with the NPC, as had introduced him to diverse areas from field to policy making in air and water pollution, waste management, circular economy, sustainability, climate change, etc., and stimulated actions leading to policy reform, sustainable investment, and long-term capacity building. Also, Mr. Bhardwaj initiated strategic planning for green productivity programs and was instrumental in strategizing the core program of green productivity, a concept and a key strategy launched by Asian Productivity Organization Japan to simultaneously enhancing productivity and environmental performance for overall socio-economic development. He led GP project on different scale ranging from multi-country to in-country, from capacity building, institutional development, such as demonstration project to showcase the GP best practices in different countries, to policy advisory, impact annual eco products, international fair, the largest environmental fair in Asia Pacific, and high-level international conferences on GP to promote sustainable consumption and production are a few examples of big project under GP programs. And the big thing that he is a foundation stone for social responsibility Asia. He was instrumental to nurture SR Asia, where we stand today, a truly global hub for knowledge and business. So here we have a great pleasure having Mr. K.D. Bhardwaj, and we are going to hear a lot of insights from him. So back to you, Mr. K.D.
Thank you, Ratorji. Thank you so much for this long introduction. And I welcome all the participants to this webinar. Thank you so much for joining this 3 days webinar. And I thank SR Asia, especially for inviting me to share the experience with regard to the productivity and ESG. So I could not actually join the 15th and 16th sessions. So I'm not fully aware what has been discussed so far, but my focus will be how do we relate productivity with environmental, social governance, ESG. These 3 are very key pillars of the productivity. And I'll explain. First, I will explain you about what is productivity and how environmental, social governance can contribute to productivity enhancement. I will give you some micro level and also macro level explanations. So let me share my screen now to show my PPTs. So this is what is being shown here. Environmental, social, both connected through governance can lead to productivity. Let me first inform you that National Productivity Council has its own logo, which is called Yoga Karmasu Kauslam. Excellence at work is yoga. Skill at work is yoga. Efficiency at work is yoga. And that's productivity. Bringing in your work, excellence, skill, efficiency, effectiveness, and all this can come through these 3 main pillars: environmental improvement, social improvement, and also good governance. This is how the Indian productivity movement started, right? In 1952, when the International Labour Organization mission came to India, explained to Indian industries, Indian governments, the importance, significance of productivity. Immediately, Government of India, after having the second mission also from ILO, in 56, none less than Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, under his chairmanship, a mission was sent to Japan. Because by the time, Japan Productivity Center was already established. Within 1 year, this high-level Indian delegation visited Japan, and they found the productivity movement is very important for the economic development. When they came back, within 2 years, National Productivity Council, an apex body with regard to productivity promotion in India, was established. And immediately a committee was set up to define the roles and responsibilities of NPC, our governing council structure, and what we are supposed to do. So this was the history, and this is how NPC was set up. And today we have in India, all over India, actually, if you see, our offices are spread throughout the country. NPC is promoting productivity through consultancy, research, and capacity building services. We are registered as a society. We are under Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Why I am explaining all these things is that productivity is very important, and NPC has been doing it here in India. And I will also come to the point that how environmental, social, and governance can contribute to productivity. NPC represents Asian Productive Organization in India. We have a next presentation from APO actually. So he will of course tell you more about APO. So I will not speak about that. But we are continuously guided by APO. with regard to new initiatives, best practices. We learn from other countries. APO is a great platform where NPC can collaborate with so many other countries through APO network. And we bring this best practices knowledge to our country. This is our vision to be the knowledge leader in the productivity to provide state-of-the-art services to industry. Mission is contribute to socio-economic and inclusive development of the country. And of course, there are values, integrity, transparency, and all these values actually are part of environmental social governance. This is our portfolio. It's a huge portfolio we have. We have several streams: industrial engineering, energy management, agribusiness, economic services, human resource management, IT. All these streams and technical expertise we have in these areas. We do productivity promotion and augmentation. Augmentation we do through research, innovative solutions, through consulting services, monitoring and evaluation of different schemes, recruitment of good manpower in different organizations. We advise them. Publications. We also organize thematic annual productivity celebration in the month of February every year. That's a productivity week we celebrate. And we propagate productivity concepts through social media also. Now, what is productivity? It's not everything, but in the long run, it's almost everything. See, by bringing in environmental social governance, you are being led to productivity. And this is the key. It's almost everything. Productivity is a word managers use widely, but it's not widely understood. Everybody thinks it's very easy. Productivity, it's easy to understand. But implementing it, achieving it, getting the fruits of productivity, that's very complex, where what different techniques, different solutions are involved. A focus on productivity has resulted in better goods and services. It determines profit margins, sales revenue, and or unit cost. Productivity in the private sector determines whether a company grows or withers away from the market. Productivity in the public sector determines the number and quality of services provided using the limited funds available. So productivity can do anything. It can make private sector survive, make profit. It can make public sector to go down if you are not taking care of productivity aspects. European agency gave this definition. Productivity is above all a state of mind. So it's more of a culture. It's not just tool and technique. The way you think, the way you act, the way you behave. I think everything is covered in this productivity. It's a mindset, it's a culture, it's a conviction. We all should believe that we can do better today than yesterday, and we'll do better tomorrow than today. That's what productivity is. If you believe this conviction is there, we can achieve this. The guiding principles actually which we learned from Japan, and these all three are enshrined in the environmental social governance also, because in the long run productivity improvement will increase employment, and if you follow good environmental social governance, your company will grow, you will be more productive, will generate more employment. Relations, that's another part, being social, labor and management cooperate, stakeholders cooperate, communities cooperate, your vendors cooperate, your suppliers cooperate. That's this part of your social part, where how do you communicate yourself, how do you relate yourself. And fruits of productivity must be distributed fairly among the management, labor, and consumer. That's part of governance. How do you administer the fruits of productivity? See, these all three pillars, these were indicated in as back as 1955 when Japan came up with JPC. These were three pillars. And these three are so close to environmental social governance. I can relate them very easily. There's a mistaken impression about productivity, that there's a mistaken that productivity movement is essentially only for developed countries, not for developing or underdeveloped countries, and that what the later need is case of technical assistance. So that's a mistaken impression. Whether you are developing country or developed country, it's a marathon process. No country can say I am 100% productive. So whether developed or developing, all have to continue to grow, become more productive. And the most important purpose of productivity movement, that only for the application of productivity tools and techniques. No, that's what. You can't just, okay, I apply some digital tools and I become productive. No. Or I use some technical techniques and I become productive. No. 5 years, Kaizen, TQM, Six Sigma, hundreds of techniques are there. And still it remains marathon process. Why I am taking you deep at micro level about productivity is because these three things, environmental, social, and governance, can actually help you. And I will explain you how. See, look at this simple diagram. Now I am talking at micro level, inputs and outputs. And this value addition, you see the middle part? That is the productivity. If you don't add value, 1 plus 1 will be 2. We want 1 plus 1 more than 2. That is value addition. And this value addition will come from environmental, social, governance. These three things can help an organization to add value and to become more productive. Even in this definition, you can see how ESG is linked here, because anyone can have same raw material, but output may be different. If you have very good governance within your company, within your organization, you are able to save resources, and you have a very good social dialogues, very good social impression. So you add value in your business, and then you become more productive by giving better products, better services, becoming more productive. So it's even in this basic definition of productivity, ESG is right there in the center as a part of value addition. Now, what is value addition? See, I go further down. I see some poll. Okay, sales and brought in materials and services, value addition. It leads to labor cost, depreciation, interest, profit. All these things are included in this. So value addition is used to measure the wealth created by the organization through production and services process, which can then be distributed to the stakeholders to sustain its business operations. It's a key input for computing key productivity indicators such as labor productivity, capital productivity, and labor cost competitiveness. Now, there are three different routes. You see here, as an organization, you have three choices. Now you are here in the red box. You just want to increase volume of your products and services, put a lot of money, you have hundreds of products, but maybe no quality, lack of customer satisfaction, so low service quality. Second route, you don't care for volume, become highly quality oriented, 100% customer satisfaction, but then you don't have volume, you can't make profits. So ESG route is right there in the middle. You adopt environmental, social governance route, you will be able to have more volume, more products, at the same time, better quality, better service. Now that's the route you have to follow to be productive. Because all three things here. As an organization, more volume, you think you are highly productive, but your image will go down. Within few years, you are out of business. As an organization, you are more quality centric, more service centric. Maybe you can't produce enough, no more profits, and you are gone. But this middle route of ESG, perfect environmental social governance. I am sure you already must have learned what is ESG in last 2 days. So you can better relate how this ESG route can make your company, your organization, or your department, or where you are working, it can make you more productive by following this route in this manner. Now there are several indicators here I am giving here, and I will not go into details. But see, employee turnover rate, satisfaction, participation, and cost savings. It's all I can relate. Employees are part of your stakeholders, your vendors, your communities nearby your company or organization. They are part of your social part. Cost savings talks about efficiency, resource efficiency, no more waste, less waste. That becomes environmental aspects. You save energy, you save raw materials, you save your cost. And of course, by having good turnover, training for employees, that's where come governance part. How do you train them? How do you improve administration within the department, within the organization? How do you minimize absenteeism rate? It's a part of governance. So see, all these factors are there when you measure productivity. So when you are good on ESG ranking, when you are doing wonderful, excellently well on environmental, social governance part, I think all these criteria, 1 to 8, you will be able to rank high, and automatically in terms of productivity measurement, you will be much higher. capital productivity, sales per dollar of capital, all these are indicators for the capital utilization, for productivity improvement. They are all levelers. And all these things which I am explaining now at micro level, at the unit level, comes through proper governance to improve the productivity of the organization. And that's why I'm putting all these parameters here so that you can relate productivity challenges you face in the company, in the organization, because you calculate when your management calculates, say, sales per dollar of capital. So you come to know there's a formula given here, how efficient you are, how effective you are, and how can you make it efficient, effective. So you can say to become more productive. How? This is where your environmental, social governance comes in picture. And if you are able to optimize your labor utilization, your human resources, your capital utilization by efficient governance, having good social network, making your employees happy, your stakeholders happy. And when I say happy means not just giving high salaries to them, but they should be mentally happy. Of course, finance is important part, but mentally happy, they should feel like I am working with this company. This organization is mine. Belongingness has to come. That is called ESG. All things put together, environment, social governance. If you put all this together, then definitely that happy feeling comes. Belongingness, ownership. I am the owner of the company. Everybody should feel like this. Every employee should feel, I am the head of this organization. Then you become more productive. There will be increase in your services, increase in output per person or per unit cost of production, and automatically you enhance your sales, and you see you become more productive. So see how ESG is interlinked at every stage. I gave you so many formula, so many indicators, and every indicator of productivity leads to resource efficiency, better social networking, your employees happy, and overall administration, that is governance. So productivity and ESG are linked. They are just two sides of the same coin. And that's what I think. I am sure you must have learned in last 2 days. So I was not going to explain you what is ESG, because last 2 days you've been listening to this presentation on ESG from different speakers. But ultimately, it's same thing. It refers to three central, that is sustainability, societal impact of the company on community, and capital investment, how much business you generate. This is ESG, and you see my previous slides, all our productivity, they talk about the same thing. Resource efficiency, employees should be happy, should be satisfied, your community stakeholders, and of course the efficiency and effectiveness, the way you run your organization. There's another concept which came from APU actually, and it's green productivity, and that also covers, see, environmental concerns, environmental damage, public concern, occupational safety and health, social accountability and governance. Everything is leads to green productivity. So this is just, we are trying to narrow down concept of productivity to GP by making green productivity, by putting a more element on resource efficiency to become more environmentally friendly, to reduce the environmental damage. Because any resource you utilize, whether water, gas or air, material, liquid, energy, anything, any kind of waste from these resources leads to environmental damage. So being resource efficient by having all environmental measures within your company, and I'm not saying that you utilize the advanced technologies and then you have the sophisticated instruments. No, you can't have everything immediately. I can change my company, have a great technology from USA or Japan, and I can become productive. No, as I told in the beginning, it's a mindset, it's a culture. You improve today to become better tomorrow, step by step, and that's productivity. And that's green productivity, where you become resource efficient by adopting ESG route, having a better governance, becoming accountable socially. The day your management thinks I am accountable socially, that's the first step of leading to productivity, to become more greener, to become better. The day your company, your organization can take care of public concern, none of them you can avoid actually. As an organization, if you have to sustain, I think all these parameters are of key importance. And having this route of green productivity, same thing which you can gain through ESG, better quality of life. It's not only for employees, also for your stakeholders, your competitors, everybody. It's the entire process. You see the advanced countries, they have the very big companies, large organizations, all of them are making good profit, but the quality of life in the entire country is better. It's not competing against each other. It's working with each other to have higher productivity, reducing environmental impact by having resource efficiency, and also because ultimately, of course, we are in business, so profitability has to be there. So profitability, to achieve it, what do? You increase the cost of your services? You charge to customer? No, that's one way. But also by becoming resource efficient through ESG route, you save a lot of money. I tell you, many hotels, there was a time, several hotels are going out of business. There was a study done in Europe, in Germany, maybe around 10, 20 years before, around 15 years before, and they found that energy consumption has increased in hotels, increasing their bills. And when they went for energy efficiency in hotels, without charging a single cent to the guest by increasing the room rent, they started saving money by becoming energy efficient. So this is where environmental governance came in picture. And they could come back to profit-making business hotels. See, not by increasing their room prices, room rates, by becoming more concerned about ESG, by saving resources, they could generate this profit from within. So profit lies in your company. You don't see it. There's a profit. You can't just look at the customer to earn profit. I can tell any organization at this stage, 10, 20, 30% profit is right there in your organization. Just look at your resources you use and adopt ESG route, and you will start making profit without even increasing the price of your product or services. And that's what green productivity or productivity brings you. You see all these principles, you know, in which year they came? We came up, of course, APO came up with this guiding principles of green productivity. You see the words accountability, polluter pays, precautionary approach, profitability, all these are covered in ESG. I'm sure you must have seen lots of presentation on ESG in last 2 days, and they may be talking about all similar things. No environmental damage, take care of your pollution, become profitable, be competitive, people building, part of social concern, accountability, governance. So all these things were already covered. See, a lot of overlapping is there. So I'll call it this ESG and productivity or green productivity are closely linked. Look at the parameters. Forces, there are regulations. As a company, when you want to survive, you have environmental regulations you take care of, international treaties you take care of, market forces, they might force you to change your business, customer requirements, pressure from the NGOs, community, stakeholders. How do you meet them? If you are not having an environmental, social governance system, proper system, if your rating is not so well on ESG, these external forces which you can turn into an opportunity will become a threat for you. Regulation will become a threat for you. International treaty will become a threat for you. Market forces will become a threat for you. Do not look at them as threats. And that's what in 90s, APO said. These are the forces which can make you productive. And that's why we adopted this in a green productivity, all these things. And today, they are part of ESG. Internal forces within the company, resource conservation. See, environmental part, profitability, it leads to profitability. Competitive advantage, having a good governance. Internal efficiency, having good governance. Worker safety and health, social part. So productivity parameters are directly linked to ESG. So any expenditure on ESG, any investment on ESG, you are becoming productive. $1 spent on energy efficiency brings you back, and this is a record, it's a proven. I am not just making a statement here from the sky. I have the reference. $1 investment on energy efficiency brings you $4 within 1 to 3 years, and you can try it and come back to me if it doesn't happen. You spend 1 cent today, I can guarantee, depending upon the measure you take, 1 to 3 years, maximum 3 years, you will have 4 times revenue on that. And then it will keep on increasing. So any investment on ESG brings you back entire money within 3 to 4 years, maybe 4 times, as I told you. Just look at the why I'm giving the list, this global competitiveness index. Look at the countries here now. This is the latest report from 2020. Singapore, of course, one of the next speaker is right from there, so he will be able to explain to you how come always they are number 1. Hong Kong, Japan, see the countries who are performing, doing good on ESG. They're on the top. Look at this Taiwan, Korea. Where are the other countries? Look at us, other countries. Why we are not higher in that list? Why India is 68? Why Sri Lanka is 84? I'm not criticizing it. I'm just saying that if you look at these countries, Singapore or Hong Kong or Japan or Taiwan, all these countries have better environmental, social governance. And this is the proof. Now, see, I discussed in the beginning micro level, and now I'm bringing it to macro level. So I'm trying to relate both how ESG helps you at micro level, and when all the companies in the country can take care of ESG, your country ranking will increase. And this is what next index on global innovation. Look at the similar countries, Korea, Taiwan, Japan. See, all these names are right there. How come? Why? Because clear-cut evidence is there. Now, again, I'm repeating here, I'm speaking at macro level. When all the companies in the country are rating very well on ESG, then your country will be here. So see, ESG can bring your company up. ESG can bring your country up in this list. So it's highly beneficial and becoming more productive. So what I'm trying to say again and again, there is no loss at all when you invest anything on ESG. If any manager thinks like that, please discuss with me, because I can prove it that any investment on ESG, any effort, forget about investment, even training your employees, any investment on ESG will bring back results either today or tomorrow. And there's one more index which is called Global Sustainable Competence Index, which is more focusing on now coming to ESG. Look at these parameters. Governance is a part of ESG. Resource efficiency, part of environment. Social capital, part of social. Natural capital, again resources, environment. And intellectual capital, part of your HR, your human resources, your social. These are the key parameters for measuring sustainable competitiveness. Are your company figuring well in all the areas? Can you do well in all these areas without spending your efforts or your resources on becoming more ESG centric? Look at the again list here. Which are the countries doing well on sustainable competitiveness? Again, you can see the list of countries. So again, macro level, I'm trying to prove here that environmental, social governance at company level, at organization level, and at country level, it's always beneficial. It increases productivity, reduce cost, increase compliances, because there are many companies in litigation, court cases, you become resource efficient, you take care of environment, your brand image will go up, you'll be more competitive. Hundreds of SMEs, now they've learned in India. I work with SMEs as an NPC employee, I work with SMEs, and they realize now, just doing business, increasing market share does not make you profitable. No, because there are lots of companies there. To become competitive, you have to improve efficiency, and then you can survive. And you can see this result of some study here, where 63% found the positive link between companies' ESG and financial performance. Directly. I am talking about the direct financial performance of the company with implementation of ESG. It facilitates top-line growth, reduce cost, minimize regulatory interventions. I don't see any one negative. Of course, you can say that negative thing is investing money or resources or giving time or efforts. But in long term, it is highly beneficial. So I call that not as a negative or from pros and cons point of view, not con, because whatever efforts you make, whatever money you spend on ESG, you see the benefits here. Does your company want to be surviving in the field for hundreds of years, growing larger and larger, doing better and better business? These are the three characters here, ESG can make it happen, ultimately leading to enhanced productivity. I will not go into detail because I already explained to you all these parameters, environmental criteria, social criteria, and of course the governance criteria, how this all leads to better ESG, better productivity. So I explain you micro level, starting from the definition of productivity at ground shop floor level, input, output level. And I also explain you at macro level, different criteria at country level. How does ESG can bring a better future for all of you, for all of us? So productivity challenges can be if your company is not performing well, if you're issues with your brand image, issues with your customer, you are not having good market share, profit margins are going down, employee not happy, adopt ESG, become more productive, become more efficient. That's the message from here. And I told you all about these parameters. When you want to adopt ESG route, look at the greenhouse gas emissions your company is generating, natural conditions around your company. Are you able to utilize resources nearby your company? Environmental pollution, waste management. Nowadays, there's a trend to go for zero waste, zero liquid discharge. If you can adopt, you are saving a lot of resources, environmental benefits, health and safety. This is social part, health and safety of workers, consumer related, human capital management, social benefits, social part. So all this, when you want to adopt ESG route, now I am bringing you to the ESG route. Started with micro level, then macro level, and now how do you adopt ESG route? So all these parameters you have to think about as a company, as an organization. Start making small teams within the company. If the small company may assign one person who can think about health and safety issues faced by your company, consumer issues faced by your company, make small groups, small team, let them discuss human capital management, what they can do, social benefits, what they can do. And let me tell you, you don't need any software, you don't need any consultant to adopt ESG. You don't need any index or criteria. Look at these small points. Make teams in your company, organization, and you'll have your own ESG manual, you have your own ESG guidelines, you'll have your own ESG program within your company, made by you, prepared by you. You can implement better. We are talking about the governance part. And the moment, let me tell you, the teams start discussing, start coming up with recommendations, ideas. Let me tell you, governance automatically improves. Governance is related to environmental and social aspects. When I say environment, means resource efficiency. Okay, don't just limit to environment. It takes you to resource efficiency. So when it improves, of course, governance, environment, social, all are interrelated. But any two of them starts, third one improves. So with all those environmental, social improvement, if you're able to make, your governance will definitely improve. There will be increased transparency, better risk management, better internal control, better external control, better strategy, better execution. I have seen hundreds of visions, missions, documents, strategies failing, lying in Almira without an implementation because there was no concern with regard to resource efficiency, no concern with regard to the employees or their stakeholders. So nothing works. Strategies can be made. So that's why ESG is linked, closely linked, and that's why and brings you to the level of productivity. I will not go into all these details now because I already explained time and again, top line growth, cost reductions, regulatory and legal interns are reduced. Productivity uplift, see right there, McKinsey says uplift of productivity through ESG. And of course, more investment, more asset optimization. That's what a company can achieve by adopting ESG route. That was from my side. I hope I could do justice to my topic of how productivity and ESG are closely interrelated. I'll be available whenever there's a question after time. So Ratodiji, thank you so much. And to SR Asia for inviting me and all the participants for bearing with me for last 20-30 minutes. Thank you so much. That was my presentation.
Thank you so much, KD. Pleasure always, as usual, to hear. And I think you have put the things in perspective for entrepreneurs and professionals to understand a macro strategy on the subjects. I hope you are tuned around for some time, so we may have questions later being raised. So now I go to the next speaker, Mr. Sherman Lu. Mr. Sherman Lu, welcome. I will just briefly read Sherman profile. Mr. Sherman Lu assumed the post of Director, Executive Office in the Asian Productivity Organization, Japan, from 1st February 2020 after a reorganization aimed at better serving the member countries. The APO is a regional intergovernmental organization comprising 21 member countries. In his current capacity, Sherman is responsible to the APO Secretary General on program and budget preparation, monitoring and evaluation of program, managing meeting involving representatives of member countries, as well as developing and managing the institutional relationship with international organizations. Prior to that, Mr. Sherman was the Director of Administration and Finance and the Director of Research and Planning at APO. As Administration and Finance Director, Sherman oversees the daily operation of APO Secretariat and works together with member countries to budget and plan productivity programs. He initiated research into emerging area that impact productivity and competitiveness, and led the planning function to develop new strategic directions for the APO. He joined APO in July 2010 he's from the Singapore government agencies spearheading local enterprise development. Mr. Sherman, after receiving a bachelor degree in engineering, electrical and electronics, specialized in computer engineering and Master of Science in Management of Technology from National University of Singapore. Sherman spent 8 years working in research and development for a major French consumer electronics company. He was initially working as a research engineer in a digital television research laboratory in France before returning to Singapore to continue R&D work in local subsidiary. He then served in the public sector, where he spent nearly 13 years with the Singapore government agency. He specialized in SME and industry development work, focusing on life cycle sectors. He was responsible for the development of MRP online services for SME, facilitated the creation of an international furniture hub in Singapore, the introduction of a large-scale retail format into Singapore, and setting up of an incubator program that nurtured young fashion talents. He also helped initiate a pioneering business matching program that helped local SME find international partner for expansion. So here comes Mr. Sherman from APO. We, SR Asia, we call the brainchild of APO. And here he's going to set us a tone and going to educate us on what is the role of a intergovernmental organization amid this COVID-19 pandemic. So he would bring Mr. Sherman will share his as an APO what the Asia perspective in the current context. I invite you, Mr. Sherman, to share your perspective, please. Welcome.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Virendra, for the introduction. And thank you very much to SR Asia for inviting the Asian Productivity Organization, or APO in short, to be a speaker in the seminar. So I'm representing the Secretary General in this seminar. And as Mr. Virendra has mentioned, the topic of discussion is not so much the ESG aspects, but more of how the APO has been responding or pivoting to new kind of activities during this COVID crisis, which is, as you know, it's really severe. It's like the mother of all crises, you know. So let me then quickly share my slides. Hang on a while. Right, can you all see the slide?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I think my colleague from MPC India has already explained in detail what productivity is, and even spoke at length about green productivity. That, as Mr. Bhardwaj has mentioned, was actually conceived by APO long time ago. I forgot the exact date, but one of the key drivers was also a staff member who joined APO at the beginning when APO was formed. So I wouldn't go so much into the aspects of explaining productivity. As I said, Mr. Bhardwaj has gone into a lot of details and even the formula, how to calculate value added, addition, subtraction method. So I'll just quickly introduce the APO, who we are. We were established in 1961, and our objective is very clear. It's actually very simple. It's just to improve productivity for countries in the Asia Pacific, and through mutual cooperation, not just by country. So mutual cooperation is key. Productivity, as KD has explained, is very important. Why we focus on productivity? If you know some history, actually APO was formed in the same year as OECD, who's based in Paris. And OECD's focus is more on policy to improve the lives of people. But if you examine carefully the activities, it's also centered on productivity, because productivity is the only sure way to ensure sustained economic growth. Because that's without productivity, and we are not talking about just short term. For example, during this year, in this COVID year, we know that economic growth has stalled. So we expect, in fact, we already know that the productivity growth for this year will be terrible, will be maybe even negative, depending on the baseline from last year. So we are talking more about sustained longer-term productivity growth, because the productivity is always going up and down year to year. So our focus is to improve productivity, and our organization, even though it's an international organization, it's non-political. We are non-profit as well, and very important, we are non-discriminatory. So I'm speaking on behalf of the Secretariat, not on behalf of my country where I'm born. The quick explanation about APO. The Secretariat is the execution arm. So, but the ones that make the decision is actually the APO directors, who comprise the governing body. So every country has a representative director, and he or she sits in the governing body. So they are the ones who make decisions on money and policy directions where APO is headed. And after the governing body has approved, then the Secretariat, led by our current Secretary General, Dr. Mokhtar. Dr. Mokhtar, if you read his bio, was also ex-staff of the APO. And before this, he was the Deputy Secretary General in ASEAN. So the Secretariat is led by Secretary General, and very important, while we have a governing body at the top and the Secretariat to execute, but in between, we have a network of national productivity organizations, and there's one in every country, and the head, we call them the head of the National Productivity Organization, in short NPO, we call them the heads of NPOs. They're the ones that work together with the Secretariat to engage in strategic planning, program planning, and then after we discuss the program, then we put up the programs to the governing body to seek for approval for the funds. So that's how we operate. So in every country, there's also a liaison. So that's the key person. So the Secretariat will always communicate through the liaison office of the country, through the governing body members, directors, or to the NPO heads. So what do we actually do? APO is not like the OECD. OECD, as I mentioned, was focused more on policy, but we do a number of activities. We do conduct research, and one of the ways we do it is through cooperation, because we have to leverage other resources. We work with actually OECD on a number of areas, emerging areas. We also work with like KU University to publish our data book, and I have it with me. I think it's, you can download this from our website, but the data is also available if you want from our website. And we are the only organization that does this, to publish productivity data and put it on our website, and it's always cited by many researchers around the world. So this is our key publication. We also work with Cornell on agriculture type of research. Our programs are aimed at assisting member countries to build capacity. APO headquarters is in Tokyo. So for our network of NPOs, that we work through them, but it's important because we don't have enough resources to go there by ourselves, the Secretariat. So we have to build the capacity of the institutions in member countries. So we do it through institutions by building the capacity in institutions, as well as a pool of experts, productive experts. And I guess that's how SR Asia was born also, right? I think from what I've learned so far, and Mr. Kelly was a prime mover there. And we also share productive knowledge, as I mentioned. We do it, you can check our website for more information. And very important, after we conduct our projects, programs, we have to ensure that the information is disseminated. So we are like the clearinghouse for productive information. We learn, we manage the knowledge, and then we share with member countries through the NPOs to help to ensure that it's filtered down to the countries, to the SMEs. Our focus, APO, is always on SMEs because, as you know, SMEs including micro SMEs. As you know, the large companies, those large conglomerates, multinational companies, they actually don't really need much help from governments. So it's our target audience, SMEs, and even the disadvantaged sector. I cannot preempt the governing body because we had a vision 2020, which concludes this year, and now we are in the process of finalizing our 2025 vision, and that has the word inclusive. So now we have taken a slightly different approach. It's not growth at all costs, but inclusive growth to make sure that the gains of productivity improvement is shared as fairly as possible. And then we try to reach out to the groups that are more disadvantaged, that are not able to benefit from the economic growth. So before I go into the scenario, I think the COVID situation kind of came about in January. The world knew about it in January. And in early February, that was my last business trip overseas. And I share with you this story because at that time, when I flew to Southeast Asian country, actually Vietnam, and I observed across the aisles a Vietnamese lady. She was wearing masks, and she was cleaning her seats, her whole cabin, disinfecting. And because I was traveling with Secretary General, and later I shared with him, and we were thinking, we think that the lady has overreacted. But I think she had the last laugh because, as you know, things got worse. And then sometime in March, Secretary General asked, how can we continue our projects? And then that started us thinking, how can we develop new approaches, but we have to understand the possible scenarios first. So describe the scenarios. The top right-hand corner assumes a V-shaped economic recovery, but of course, it's already been 6 months since this scenario was developed, and you know that that's not possible. You were hoping, best case scenario, that the economy can bounce back because the COVID virus was tackled effectively by governments. But also a more optimistic scenario, the one W-shaped economic recovery, that assumes a 2 wave of COVID. So it's still severe, but hopefully our member economies can also recover. And then on the left side, the top side is we're talking about U-shaped global economic recession. So that's when we assume that we have low economic recession, low economic growth for 2 to 3 years, and the COVID situation took more time to stabilize. And then the worst case situation, where we call it the L shape, where it's low growth for many years. And our member governments, in fact, the globe, all the governments around the world, the resources are drained by fighting against COVID. So I think at this point in time, the right-hand quadrants are probably out of the question. We are looking more at the left-hand side. So you can see the impact on member countries. APO member countries will be very, very severe. So this is a slide. I'm just illustrating the kind of activities we undertake. Hello? Can you hear me? Okay. So this is the kind of the activities that APO has. We have research, policy advisory, and all the way down to digital learning. A lot of our activities are actually face-to-face activities. And during this COVID period, almost nothing could take place. In fact, we only had one project that took place in January that we were able to execute face-to-face. And the rest we postponed, hoping that the situation would blow over, but it didn't. So sometime in April, late March, April, we had to accelerate our digital transformation. And in a sense, the Secretariat, we were quite fortunate or unfortunate. If you know a bit about Japan's history, about 2011 March, that was almost 10 years ago, there was a huge earthquake, big tsunami, and maybe 20,000 people in the Tohoku area died. So the Secretariat was situated in Tokyo, but the effect of that huge earthquake was still felt. In fact, the earthquake, I was here in Tokyo, KD as well, and the end result was there was panic in Tokyo, and at that time, our data, we had own server computers were all housed in-house, So then we took stock of the situation. We said, what if another earthquake were to happen? And if worst case, the building collapsed or our lines got cut, damaged, our computers get damaged. So what's going to happen? So we made a decision. Apart from moving the office, we also moved the entire server room to a data center that is secured against, protected against earthquake. So that, in a sense, started our true digital transformation. And then sometime in mid 2015, we also, Secretary General said we had to go more digital and rely less on paper. And we started to do that. We started to use VPN. And then last year in March, another disaster, localized. There was a fire in our building, the Secretariat's building on the top floor, one floor above us. And there was water damage. So suddenly, overnight, we had no office. But we were fortunate because most of us, anyway, we bring our computers home, and we were also able to work from home there and then. But we were moving around in temporary offices. So through all this disaster, we actually became more resilient. And when COVID hit, we were actually very well equipped to work anywhere in Tokyo, even around the world, if possible, if necessary. Much more ready than many other organizations and companies in Japan. So we were able to reduce our workforce, staff in the office, and in order to address the problem of not being able to execute our projects, we started to launch the online productivity talks. And if you look at the statistics, it was quite interesting. We didn't have much presence on YouTube. We had some videos, but we don't have enough content. So our average views a month then was 300. But after we started launching the series of productivity talks, it shot up to 300 per day, not 300 per month, more than 300. In fact, it's still going up. And we had to switch to virtual meetings. We had to meet the governing body because the governing body is the one to make decisions on money. So we were scheduled to hold the governing body in Fiji all the way to the east. But we had to cancel that and we had to hold it virtually. And that was the first time in the entire history of APO, 59 years. that we had a virtual meeting involving the APO directors. Then our projects, we had to switch the methods, the modality as we call it here, to make it virtual. So some projects we had to cancel, but most of the projects we conducted virtually. Then to address the issues of that the member countries are facing, well, as I said, we had to conduct projects digitally, but there were also issues in our member countries. So some of the MPOs do not have the kind of digital capabilities. So they may have a PC, but they may not have the equipment to conduct a workshop involving, let's say, 20 participants and connected to APO programs. So we wrote, with the endorsement or with the approval of the governing body, we wrote out the program to strengthen the digital capabilities of MPOs. It's still ongoing. So we provided equipment to set up their own video conference center. And more recently, we wanted to address the more vulnerable and critical sectors, such as the health sector. So Secretary proposed to address, to support more SMEs, support critical sectors, and it's been well received. In fact, we are getting a lot of proposals on how to, specific to their member countries' needs, how to help the member countries overcome the challenges. We also extended the duration of the technical support. Technical support, our experts, we cannot fly them to the member countries. So a lot of it now, we are doing it virtually. But as you know, this cannot continue forever. Virtual cannot just replace the face-to-face element. So this is our emergency measure. Eventually, if improvements are really required, the expert will have to fly to the country. So, and meanwhile, we also supported, on the next 2 years, we will increase our share of support for member countries to host more projects in their countries. So with this, I'd like to stop and hand over back to Mr. Birendra. Thank you very much for listening. And if you have questions, please, I'll be here standing by.
Okay. Thank you, Sherman, for very, very informative talk. Shamaya, can I have Mr. KD also? Can he also be on? Because there are some questions. Yeah. So yes, due to the paucity of time, I may not be able to take all the questions, but I think principally, at least I shall take one question for each of you. So first I go to KD Saab. KD sir, there's a person called Mr. Abdul Malik from Bangladesh. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. So, sir, he has a question that how organizational productivity amidst COVID-19, there are various challenges and how to resolve productivity issues in this given scenario.
COVID-19, just now Mr. Samanlu explained how APO was already prepared to work even in this emergency situation because they took several measures to work digitally, to work from home, work from any part of the world, right from the learning from the one emergency. So for second emergency, they were prepared. So that's what we called to be productive and to be ready. So COVID-19 has come now. Maybe it's the first emergency for a company. You must have learned your lessons. Productivity prepares you for emergency. Productivity tells you what are your weaknesses, what are your strengths, what are your threats and opportunities. If you've done your productivity work properly, comprehensively, through a team, you know what are your threats right in the beginning. You don't wait for threats to come and challenge you. Rather, you are prepared for the threats. Convert them into opportunity. So my dear friend, thank you. So it was a good question. And even Indian SMEs, Indian industry also facing the same challenges. And COVID-19 has now prepared them to be ready for the next emergency. They have been now relooking at their own human resource management, their tools and techniques, how much IT solutions they are utilizing, how do you simplify the work, how do you use resources efficiently, so that even in this situation we can work better. So COVID-19 is a pandemic, it's a global issue. It has affected the whole countries, so many countries, and it has come to, effect has trickled down to company level also. So my dear friend, I once again tell you, there is no one solution to be productive in an emergency. There are multiple solutions, multiple dimensions you have to look at it. If we could not do earlier, it's time now to analyze what we have and what we haven't, and how do we get prepared for that. So that's my answer for the time being now. Rathoji, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Sherman, Mr. Tim Jadid from Bangladesh has a question for you. He asked that Bangladesh has around 15 million people lost their jobs due to COVID factor in the informal sectors, and about 93% micro enterprise has shut down. So in your opinion, what is the mechanism to bring the jobless people into productivity and micro entrepreneurs into business in new normal? Not only that, the expectation around 1 million came back to home and became jobless, that means from the overseas, but how to bring them also into the productivity. So it's a very tough questions in my view as well. So please, what are your views on this?
Okay, I think APO member countries from all the way from Fiji in the east to Turkey in the west. I didn't explain, but Turkey became a member this year after several years of engagement. APO as an organization cannot address all the issues that member countries face, but we try to do it at our level, working through MPOs. And I mentioned before, we roll out a package to incentivize national productive organizations to roll out initiatives to address critical sectors, including SM and SMEs, and that will also include the informal sector for many of our member countries. So it really depends on the specific needs. I've not heard from Bangladesh yet, but I've already heard from India about their needs. So it depends. For Bangladesh, we have to hear from the MPO, and that's the way APO works. But generally, if we are talking about trying to improve the lives of people, number one, you have to reskill. So regardless of whether there's COVID or no COVID, the world is moving so fast. No? Technology is progressing and is driving changes. So even without COVID, we would have to come to this stage where we have to tell, the governments have to tell the citizens, please continue to retrain, reskill, acquire new skills so that you remain relevant to the new economy, because the old economy is gone and it's not coming back. So you have to learn new skills. And that, I believe, is the right approach. That even I have to learn every day, and I have to read a lot just to keep up with the trend. And I'm still behind my younger colleagues who know much more than me and who are so savvy in the digital world. So, but I think in South Asia, particularly, many of the citizens there are very digitally savvy. So that's one way where you can overcome, leapfrog into a new world through acquiring digital skills. I hope I've addressed the question to some extent.
Thank you. I have one question each, that one question which is to Mr. KD, that Industry 4.0 is a new revolution, and in some cases this is some people are calling it dark factories, because automation will be to an extent that you might not need human being to operate the machines. How it works in the current context, is that some kind of a reflection Industry 4.0 will also address the pandemic of now and the pandemic of futures? What are your views on this?
Certainly, it will address, my dear friend. There was a statement that machines will be there, so human will be out. But who makes machines? Tell me. Who makes machines? It's human. Machines do not make human. Human make machines. More machines, you require more manpower, more brain, more mind, more R&D, more technology. So creation of machine means creation of job. More machines, more robots, more automation. Everything comes from, see, it requires softwares, hardware. Who will do all these things? But what it says, you have to have skilled manpower now. Trained to do this, trained to run softwares, generate new softwares, apply them, use them, highly qualified manpower to make machines. So my dear friend, do not worry about jobs with Industry 4.0. I can guarantee, when I have seen the life without computer when I was in school, there were hardly any PCs. First time I saw PC when I went to college, engineering college, and I was so, no, this is PC. You can run Fortran. I started using Fortran in the my engineering college. So do you think jobs have decreased because of computers? No, they increase with software industry, so many applications, mobile phones. I think this is a misconception that Industry 4.0 will bring jobs down. I'll tell you, Industry 4.0 will bring jobs 10 times up, but we have to be educated, acquire more skills, learn new things, learn new techniques. So that's what Mr. Sharma mentioned. Even he is reading now to be updated. So all of us as a human resource have to keep learning, have to be ready for the future. Jobs are there, but are you there to do that job? That means in future there will be more skill-oriented jobs. No more labor work. You are educated, you are skilled, you are trained, you can do that. So governments have to take now more role to make their employees, make their people more skilled. International organizations, they are doing their job to give you more capacity, to train you. So keep learning and you are ready for the job. So Industry 4.0 will make you more ready for the next pandemic if it is similar there. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you, KD Sab, for enlightening it with that kind of electrifying energy. Thank you so much. Sherman, there is a question for you also, that in this pandemic and with the technology disruption, the companies which has been affected the most are the capital intensive industries, and during this point in time also capital intensive industries had a setback because of the first constraint was to man movement. So as a result of this pandemic, do you see some shift in certain sectors where the investment would be more, where people will organically go, or where you see a natural trend from the investor sides or otherwise from the social side?
As I was saying just now, the pandemic only accelerated the changes. So I'm not quite sure whether there is a less the impact is more on the capital-intensive industries. It could be just that the demand for those industries are less, but that will definitely show up, as I was mentioning, in the the productive statistics, because when we reduce capital, it means the capital deepening aspects of productivity will not be there. So I'm more concerned with the fact that companies, organizations stop investing in capital due to the pandemic. I think governments are trying. They are trying to reduce the credit crunch. They're giving very, very cheap loans, virtually free, to make sure the investment continue. So that aspect, if it stops, it means the next 2-3 years, we will see a very deep recession, and then our productivity again gets impacted, and that will affect the long-term economic growth prospects for the economies. And I also saw a study, the impact of the COVID on the students, because many students could not, education sector could not go to schools. Their studies were affected, and there's a study, I think, by OECD on the impact of this on economic growth in the next few years. It will come later, you see. So we do not really know now what the true impact will be, whether there'll be less investment, but governments are trying to take proactive steps to prevent less investment. Yep.
Okay. I also like to hear your views on this, Mr. KD. Do you see some shift happening, or it's business as usual?
No, business will never be as usual after this pandemic, which has affected all the countries. That's why they call new normal. I have never heard this word, this terminology, new normal. We are in new normal now, and it won't be business as usual. This pandemic has taught us that we have to be digital. I'm seeing lots of payments being made in India now, not in cash, but through mobile, through internet, just online. So it has created so many new companies in India now who are running this business of online payments. So see, new jobs, new applications. So business will not be as usual anymore now. Digital transformation, which Mr. Lu mentioned very clearly, that this pandemic has accelerated that we have to be more digital now. We can't depend upon physical interactions or physical work. So there's a shift to be digitalized. So definitely businesses, even SMEs, now they realize, because it's not just you have the small company doing some business, everything on paper, nothing online, nothing digitized. So even SMEs are also now changing. So that definitely it has impacted small to large scale businesses, all of them to some extent. And a shift has been to now more of digitalization. So they just change. You will see a lot of now usage of IT, more applications, more software, more hardware being utilized by companies. It has changed the mindset. But this will definitely lead to a better economy, a better world, that I can say. Of course, this emergency, this threat, this event has taught us a lot. So even businesses have learned a lot. And I'm sure even in Bangladesh, or where this question came from, you will see many changes with regard to the usage of IT in your company or within your country. Thank you, Athorji, for this question.
Thank you, sir. KD, there is one more question to you also. I need to ask you, because there are several questions actually for you, but one more question. There is a new situation, new normal, as you said. People maybe after decades of time, after several decades, have seen new environment to be typically in terms of the purity of water, the purity of air, the blue sky, the twinkling star, the clean river Yamuna. People were broadcasting it. So the question which is being raised is that, and the society also saying different kind of support from be it a government, from their kith and kin. So there is a new situation, new things we have felt. How this is going to be built in the compliance system per se, because there is currently a mechanism that the companies has to report on several parameters on environment and social. Do you see some shift happening, or how the synergy will be building due to this pandemic?
Thank you for this question once again, Atoriji. Were we waiting for this pandemic to happen to see blue sky? Were we waiting for this pandemic to happen to see clean water? It had to be there actually. It should look like a blue sky always. We should have always clean rivers. I don't think we require pandemic. That's not a good logic that because of pandemic we could see clean air, clean water, or clean soil. Of course, there was a damage to economic activity. There was damage to progress. Many countries were under lockdown. So definitely there was a lack of economic activity, and that is why environment conditions improved. But that's not what we want. What we want is we continue to grow economically while continue to see blue sky and clean water. That's what we have to learn from this, not by damaging economy. So first, I would like to correct this logic. Of course, we could see, I myself, we realized the river of Yamuna here in Delhi, we saw that. Definitely, I agree with you, but that's what we don't want. That pandemic comes and we stop all the industries, stop all the operations, stop all the cars, stay at home, and then look at blue sky. I don't think we can survive like that. But pandemic has taught us that if economic activity we continue to do the way we are doing today, we won't be able to see blue sky. So we have to change the way we work. We have to be more efficient, more effective, resource efficient, I mean, and we have to preserve resources. With regard to the compliances will not go away. Maybe you have some relaxation. This year in India also, the last date of paying taxes have been extended. They are short term actually, temporary relaxations. Compliance has to, in fact, it will become more stronger now, because economic activities, the way we are doing, we are polluting our rivers, our surface water bodies, our air. So that's proven now. That but we can't stop economic activity. So point is this: compliance framework won't change. In fact, now I'm working on developing post-environmental clearance monitoring framework for Government of India. We just had a long meeting before this webinar started on this framework. It's becoming more stringent now. I could see that because we are the one who are developing this framework for the country, and I could see it's becoming more stronger. So even in other countries, compliance is going to become more stringent, more stronger. Be ready for that. Take this pandemic as an opportunity to be better prepared, to be more futuristic, so that we can see what's coming and we are prepared for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So I'm taking the advantage of Dr. Surekha being stable connection. So meanwhile, I will go back to Sherman. There's a question, Sherman, for you that, KD gave us several indexes of different countries on innovation, sustainability, and so on. You being fortunate that on those indexes, Singapore was sometime first one, and now in Japan, then you are operating for this Asian region. So how EPO would EPO is going to see differently to serve countries in a perspective that there are different kind of limitations with different kind of countries, maybe in their culture, maybe in their education, maybe because of their infrastructure. Is APO is going to see it differently in terms of addressing productivity issue, or I mean, yeah.
Okay, thank you for the question.
We're waiting
APO
for Dr. Surekha connections to stable. So once the connection is
Okay.
stable, I will directly go back to her. Yeah.
APO economies are actually very diverse. They range from more advanced economies like Japan, Korea, and then we have also the fast developing countries, almost developed like India, and lesser developed economies. So again, we always say there is no one size that fits all. We have to address maybe groups of countries or even individual countries, address their needs together as a group or individually. And at every stage of economic growth, you have different needs. I'm from Singapore. I grew up in Singapore, and when I was born, we had less than 2 million population. So at that time, Prime Minister, I still recall the Prime Minister of Singapore then, Lee Kuan Yew. He passed away 6 years ago. He kept saying we have to work harder because we are so small, so tiny. We can fit the entire Singapore into Tokyo metropolitan, and it still occupy a small part. And there are mountains in Tokyo, in actually not so far away. So we don't have enough resources, we don't have enough people. So how do we grow? So productivity became very important because we cannot just grow by just increasing population, economic growth. We have to become more productive. We have to use more automation, increase our capital deepening, and our economy is always looking at capital deepening because we have to make sure that our people are properly equipped with the right skills so that they can use the machines and make it more productive rather than widening the base of capital. So again, no one size fits all. We had to look at the specific needs, and we had to undergo quite detailed study and work with the national productive organizations to understand needs, come up with solutions, and not just high level solutions, but more practical solutions for member countries, increasing their capacity, their skill base, and pivoting them to the new economy, because the old skills may not apply. So we keep saying we have to reskill the workforce. And when we grow, we want the entire economy to grow together. So it's a tripartite agreement, arrangement, government, businesses, and people, the labor. We must grow together. Then collectively, we can sustain the economic growth. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, KD, Mr. KD Bhardwaj. We call him with lots of love, KD, in short. So thank you so much for being so insightful, being so clear. I think that's what helped us in today's environment where we are completely confused of everything. So thank you so much, KD Saab, for spearheading those with those kind of eloquent views. Mr. Sherman, thank you so much also for staying up, staying back in office, staying late for making your presence to this platform, sharing your international understanding on the various issues and matters, and enlightening our participants from across the globe. We have Dr. Surekha, unfortunately struggling for her stable connection. She was the most sought after speaker because he comes from the medical fraternity. She is the director of one of the AIIMS hospital in India. I would continue to wait for her, but I think I would take the advantage of my friend, Mr. Vinod Sharma. Vinod, if you are hearing me. Vinod, can you hear me? I just Mr. Vinod's slot is from 3 p.m. Dr. Danta, do you have any query, or Shumaya, do you have any further point to ask to Sherman, or I'm just by the time next speaker join in?
I don't have any questions right now. Probably Sumaya would like to raise some question.
So these are, I think, the relevant challenges, even at the apex level of the organizations. This is the preparedness. I was hearing from one of our esteemed speaker from Stanford University yesterday.
Can you start with Yuni?
Hi, Sumaya.
Yes,
Hi,
hi,
Virendra.
Yuni.
Hi.
So maybe we start with Yuni. Is that? Okay.
Yes.
So yeah. So I think okay, we can. I invite Dr. Yuni. We call her Yuni in short, Dr. Yuni. Dr. Juniati Gunawan is a sustainability reporting expert for the International Finance Corporation in supporting sustainability report practices together with the Financial Service Authority. She is a certified green productivity specialist from BPO Japan and a certified grain finance specialist, Renak, German. Juniati is a senior lecturer in Trisakti University, Jakarta for the accounting doctoral degree program and also guest lecturer and a plenary speaker in various in several countries such as Australia, Japan, Taiwan, Singapore, and Turkey. She was awarded by the Australian Award for the Transformational Business Leadership, a course for outstanding alumni, University of Sydney, best lecturer for corporate 3 area, Jakarta, West Java, and was an expert member for corporate social responsibility for the Regional Representative Council, Republic of Indonesia. Also, the award winning for the best author contribution from the Immerland Publishing, the UK. She is a graduate from Trisakti University, Jakarta, University of Indonesia, Jakarta, and also from University Perth, Western Australia. Yuni.
Yes, Virendra. Hello. Hello, everybody. And I also would like to welcome Mr. Inka from the Financial Service Authority. Hello, Mr. Inka.
I think
I think Mr. Inka is still in another meeting, and he will be joining us within probably in the next 15 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, right, sure. Yep. Okay, we can just have a discussion.
Okay. So there's some shuffling with the schedule as we see Dr. Surekha not being able to connect with the technology part. I think that issue's there. Also, I was trying to see Mr. Vinod Sharma, so I think he is also not. So we have we have a subject here, the challenge in ESG reporting based on POGK, which is a local framework within Indonesia for companies to report. So it's interesting to have Yuni here who also understand and very hands-on rather, I would say, with the International Finance Commission. So she knows global standards on financial issues and reporting. But I think we also have a POGK, which is more relevant for our companies, our organizations to operate in Indonesia. So I would say that maybe Yuni just, give some kind of initial educations to us to begin with. Vinod, thank you.
Hi, sorry. Sorry. I was trying to solve something while being on your conference. So okay, go ahead.
Thank you so much. So would you, we stole your timing. So should we continue with you or should we continue with what we have already started? So
no, please, I don't want to disrupt what you're doing. So please
you have
carry
got,
on. Yeah, and then
you
you
have
can
got,
me.
have you got 30, 45 minutes with you or no?
Sure. Or do you want me to, no, I wouldn't want to disturb you, but if you want me to speak now, I can do that. What do you prefer?
I prefer you as a showstopper. So
okay, I'll come at the end. No problem. What time should I come in?
What time is that, Somaya?
It's 2:30 now, so.
Somaya, you are in unmute. Unmute.
It's 3 in Bangladesh, 2:30 in India.
2:30?
2:30 India. Yes.
So it's the time.
It's 2:30 in India. Yeah, that's
it's
right.
already 2:30.
Yeah.
It's already 2:30 India.
So what time do you want me to speak?
I think 3:30.
Okay, great. Great.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sorry about this. Really sorry about
No, it's okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, Yuni, so back to you.
Okay, right. Yeah. So do you want me to explore what is the challenge of implementing Financial Services Authority regulation under POGK 51? Is it Virendra?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So, okay, let me introduce what is the POGK 51. Actually, we already make a roadmap since 2015. Under the roadmap, we would like to ask all, not only the banking actually, all the listed company, but initially with the banking industry to implement sustainability, sustainable finance and also sustainability report. And after 2015, in 2017, we introduced the regulations, POGK 51, to regulate all the listed company, including bank, to produce sustainability report. We have a lot of stages, and the first stages is from the banking sector. The banking sectors need to develop an action plan and roadmap how they can implement sustainable finance, and then they have to put it in the sustainability report. So actually, this is the first year for the banking that have to be submit a sustainability report in their website, especially for the big bank. I said big banks here because we have 4 stages of the for the banks: big banks, medium banks, and smaller bank. For the medium and smaller bank, they are entitled to submit sustainability report next year, not this year. The challenge to implement sustainability report and sustainable finance is the first one. The issue of sustainability is actually pretty much new for most of the industry, especially for the banking. And they think that the sustainability just only applicable for the resources industry, not the banking sector. That's why at the first time when the banking sectors were asked to contribute sustainable finance, they need a lot of educations and then some of the period to adopt the sustainability report and sustainable finance. Second one is we have too many regulations actually. Without this regulation, we already have many regulations. So some of the regulations sometimes are contradictory. Yeah, one asking to this, the other one asking to that. And the next one, we don't have a really firm regulations to say what actually the green bankings. So some of the banking are still looking around and ask what is the green banking, green project, what is the green certification. This kind of certifications are really confusing them. So initially, what they are trying to do is educate what is a sustainable finance. Then I think slowly, they are really want to hear what is the support from the government. So I can say that the government role is very important and very essential to support the implementation of sustainable finance in Indonesia. So the main driver is regulations. That's what I want to say at the first stage, Virendra.
Okay, thank you so much. On that note, I think Mr. Inka, is still waiting. Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Pak Inka. Good
Pak
afternoon.
Inka, hello.
Thank you
Oh,
so
hi,
much for
hi.
joining
Again.
in.
Hi.
Hi, Pak Danta, Bu Yuni,
Hi.
Mr. Birendra. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much.
Sorry for it. Sorry for if I'm being late. I just got off from another meeting.
No, perfect.
So,
It's okay, Pak.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah. So, Yuni, and so that's one perspective. But how do you see the banking as an industry? Voluntarily, building themselves, building a culture of the principle-based reporting. Because POJK or IFC regulations, when it comes to reporting, there are certain principles embedded in the practices, and then those practices actually need to be exercised and reported. So how do you see that culture in those industries which are coming forward to report? One, of course, what you said, due to that there is a compliance requirement, so they got to do it. But how do you see it otherwise, getting them mentally prepared, socially and culturally getting into the core of that?
Okay, yes, thank you, Birendra. As a sustainability report specialist since 12 years ago, I can see that mentally for the big bank, they are quite ready because before this regulation, they already published a lot of sustainability reports based on other standards. Let's say the most powerful standard is GRI. I can say that, yeah. But once the regulations published, they also very easy to adapt this regulation. So for the big banks, they don't have a lot of problem. Yeah. We just finished with a research, a very big research, and we can see here the improvement from the principal adoptions from GRI and POJK 51 is not that troublesome. So they are quite easy to adopt that. Unlikely for the medium and the small bankings, we can say, yes, they are quite struggle to adopt this regulation, but just only for the first time. They want to know what is that, because previously they haven't published any sustainability reports yet. So of course, the regulation is the most standard and regulation that they adopt at the first time. So the big bank adopt a lot of GRI standard and other standard first. When the POJK come out, they just adopt very easy. But for the medium and the smaller bank, they haven't got any sustainability report first. So once the regulation come out, they just automatically adopt the regulations. So that is the situation in Indonesia in terms of the standard adoption and the regulation adoptions.
Thank you so much. I am also coordinating with other speakers, so I'm jumbling here and there. So sorry for that. Danta, can you please read? Danta.
Yes, yes, I'm here. Yeah.
I request you to read the profile of Mr. Inka.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Inka Yusgiantoro is the head of research department of the Financial Services Authority in Indonesia. It is an independent body that regulates the financial service in Indonesia. Mr. Inka holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Industrial and Operation Engineering from the University of Michigan at Ann Arbor, 3 master degrees in Operation Research, Financial Engineering, and Regional Science from Columbia University, the University of Michigan, and Cornell University. And Mr. Inka already obtained his PhD degree in interdisciplinary graduate field of regional science from Cornell University. Okay, Mr. Inka has more than 5 years of professional experience in power and energy industry as well as investment banking. So it is a very comprehensive profile, a very high profile of Mr. Inka. So we can, I think we can let Mr. Inka to present the topic about POJK 51. What do you think, Birendra?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, Mr. Inka, welcome to SR Asia Webinar Series 2020. So maybe you can have your introductory message, please.
Okay. Is it my turn now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So how much time do I have?
Very much. We are having a kind of dialogue, so but you take your time. I mean.
Okay. So maybe let me have about maybe 15 minutes to present what I prepared, and then after that we can continue with discussions and Q&A.
Sure.
Pa Danta, can you?
Yes.
I sent you my PPT. I think you can just control it, and I would just say next. So it'd be easier for me to talk.
Yes, Pa, will do. Okay.
Okay. So let me see. Can everyone see the
slide?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes,
so
perfect.
good. Yeah. So good afternoon, Mr. Birendra, Mr. Danta, Bu Yuni, and all the colleagues who are present in this webinar. I thank you so much for inviting me to this event. I think this is a timely event, particularly when we are talking about SDGs, ESG, and how companies should report and be concerned about the environment and social aspect of their business around the world. I assume that most of the attendants here are non-Indonesians. So let me just give an overview of the landscape here in Indonesia, of the regulatory framework, You can go to the next page. And then we can talk about the performance and finally the challenge and opportunities out of this issue. This is the topic that was given to me. Basically, the presentation will be discussing on the role of the financial services sector in Indonesia and how we can support SDGs here. So let me talk about first the basics. Okay, the basics that. Minute. Oh, my screen just went blank. Okay, so basically there are three ways or primary means that financial sector can support sustainable development goals. One is definitely through growth, and by means of growth is growing their financial performance, such as their assets, intermediate activities, and risk sharing pools, and etc. Second is by inclusiveness of the business of the companies, by means of increasing their financial inclusions and financial literacy. And third is by being sustainable. What that means is by implementing sustainable finance in their business plan and various corporate actions. So we will focus on this last part on sustainable finance, particularly because I think it's still a relatively newer topic for the financial institutions in emerging countries like in Indonesia. So next page. So let's ask first on the questions, why sustainable finance in Indonesia? And we'll give you some reasons. One reason is based on the global agreements that we all know came to be. Like 5 years ago, we had the Paris Agreement on climate change, and also the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And then we have the government of Indonesia's commitment on those two agreements, global agreements. The first is the law number 16 in the year 2016 on ratifying the Paris Agreement on climate change. And then the presidential instructions on number 59 year 2017 on sustainable development goals. And then we also have some national plans, medium-term national plans for 4 years from 2015 to 2019 and 2020 to 2024. So due to these agreements and national commitment, we in the Indonesia Financial Services Authority, or OJK, as the financial regulator in the country, will play an active role in the financial sector to ensure that the financial services sector places ESG as a priority, as well as facilitating the financing needs for sustainable investments related to SDGs, including mitigations and adaptations efforts to address the climate change. So we continue to support the sustainable finance and blended finance program for environment and social friendly projects, including the 31 projects that have been agreed at the IMF World Bank annual meetings in Bali last October 2018. So essentially what we would like to do is to accelerate the paradigm shift from the conventional business as usual stance to green economic model, and then also to utilize sustainable finance to accelerate the targets of SDGs in Indonesia. Then to promote sustainable growth for all the financial services sector in line with the ESG principles. So next page. So let me first talk about the regulatory framework in Indonesia, and it all comes down to one regulations. I think maybe we have previously discussed this with previous speakers, maybe from Indonesia. So the basic of sustainable finance regulation in Indonesia is based on OJK regulations, or we call it POJK number 51 that we issued in 2017. And there are pretty much maybe 4 components in this regulations that we can elaborate. The first one is that these regulations set forth the implementations basing 8 sustainable finance principles. And here I have laid out all the 8 principles that will be the guiding principles for all stakeholders to implement sustainable finance in Indonesia. And the second is the action plan for sustainable finance itself. So this action plans is obliged for all the financial services institutions in Indonesia, as well as for public companies and all institutions that sell securities public offering through share that converts asset-based securities and other derivatives issuance. So in Indonesia, there are differences between these institutions and public companies. Public companies, you have to have at least 300 shareholders and with a minimum of 3 billion rupiah of assets. But for other institutions, they can also only issue debts or stock issuance, but you don't have to be public. So, but they are here. Sustainable finance regulations are still required to submit reports to us as well as implementing sustainable finance programs. So these action plans, we divided up into 2 for short-term and long-term. Short-term meaning 1 year, and long-term is 5 years, and it's submitted every year with a business plan, and it includes strategy to realize the action plan for the sustainable finance program by targeted period. So this report is obliged to be signed by the board of directors and approved by the board of commissioners for each company, and communicate the action plan to the shareholders and as well as the employees of the company. So this action plan is made according to priorities of each company in terms of it could be the sustainable finance product or services development, including any planned increase in the portfolio for financing, investing, or placement on financial instruments or projects in line with the sustainable finance implementations. And this action plan for internal capacity building for employees can also be submitted in the report, as well as any planned adjustment in the organizational structure, risk management, governance, or the standard operating procedures in line with the implementations of the sustainable finance. Third is the companies are required to allocate funds to support the sustainable finance implementation as part of their ESG responsibilities, which is pretty much a commitment to promote the company, the local community, as well as the society. So this fund allocations is reported in the action plan documentations, while the use of the funds can be reported in the sustainability report, which I will talk in the next phase, which is number 4. So sustainability report is made to the public, consisting of financial, social, and environmental performance of the financial institutions, public listed companies, and all institutions that sell securities public offering that I mentioned before. So this report can be a part of the annual report or separate from it, submitted to the authority, to us, to OJK, by the usual annual report deadline at the end of April every year. Now, note that unfortunately, given the pandemic situation this year, pretty much almost most of the companies have asked us to delay the reports, of these sustainable reports, and also the action plans. So at least from the banking sectors and from the non-banking financial institution sectors, we have allowed them to postpone their submittance of the reports, and then I think soon for the capital markets players as well. This in terms of all these obligations, these 4 obligations that the financial institutions and the public companies and all the companies that offer debt or share issuance, companies can implement sustainable finance and receive incentives also, at least from the OJK, in the form of capacity building program through training and development for their employees. And also they can also be candidates for the sustainable finance awards that we hold every year. And then some other incentives. We are actually having a pipeline to do some research too on what these other incentives can be for the industry. I think we can discuss this later in the discussion sections, that perhaps industries may need to be push further, to accommodate this what these ESG principles in their day-to-day business operations. Next slide. So this is a more detailed scheduling for implementing the sustainable finance in Indonesia. We divide up into the size of the institutions, how prepared they are to accommodate the principles, and I think we go by the largest size of the institutions to be more ready. Therefore, they are ready to submit their reports. So in fact, last year, from January 2019 to the end of the year, we were expecting banks. In Indonesia, banks are divided up into four groups, four categories according to their capital base. The larger capital base is what we call Buku 4, which has more than 30 trillion rupiah of capital, and then Buku 3 is more than 10 trillion rupiah up to 30 trillion rupiah, and also foreign banks. No, so they are obliged to give reports on their action plans that were submitted actually supposedly by last December, and then the sustainable reports on their annual reports that were supposed to be submitted in end of April of this year, but then due to this unfortunate conditions, we allow them to report at later dates. So the next this year, throughout these years, it comes down to lower capitalized banks in Buku 2 and Buku 3 category, and other non-bank financial institutions to report their sustainability reports and action plans. That also includes multi-finance, venture caps, infrastructure finance, insurance and reinsurance, BPJS, which is our social security agency, and all institutions that sell securities, public offerings that I mentioned before. In 2 years' time, in 2022, we go down to the smallest banks. We have rural banks here. So for conventional banks, we have about 110 now. For rural banks, we have over 1,000 rural banks in Indonesia, which are the smallest banks in the regions. So we also ask them to set forth their action plans for this sustainable finance program, and also for the sustainable reports. And then in 2024 is for the securities companies and some institutions that sell securities with medium-sized assets, medium and low, small-sized assets. And then last but not least, in 2025 for pension funds with more than 1 trillion rupiah assets. So we hope that these companies, be it financial institutions, public companies, or securities companies, or companies that sell securities, public offerings, that they can oblige to these regulations that we set forth in 2017. But given this pandemic conditions, I think we will allow them to postpone their reports. I think this is sort of like the regulatory forbearance that some people mention basically everywhere in the country, everywhere around the world. In addition to this POJK 51, we also have related regulations in terms of sustainability. We have the POJK number 60 on green bonds, and then some other regulations on, say, fees reduction incentive when you register for the green bond issuance. And also we also have technical guidance for banks to complement the POJK number 51. We also have some reference books. It's not complete, but some of them are already readily available for sustainable financing credit in plantation sector, palm oil industry, clean energy, energy efficiency, green building, and organic farming. Next. So let me move quickly to the performance. I have 2 slides here. But before I discuss this, actually this morning I had attended a webinar with the IDX, the Indonesia Stock Exchange, and they had a seminar on various topics on finance. And one session was on sustainability. And one working paper that I was interested in is done by Professor Tanda Lilin from UGM, University of Gadjah Mada in Yogyakarta, and which examined the social impact and CSR reporting practice, how they impact the firm performance in the ASEAN banking industry, and the results are pretty positive. They have a positive impact to the firm performance. So we look forward to the publication of this paper, and I think this kind of study, research study, is important for industry, so that they can follow up, so that they are more convinced, that this ESG is part of an important process of their business operations. So here in this slide is just some of the achievement that in Indonesia that we have for sustainable finance. And let me mention 3 things. The first is the green loan portfolio. This is the banking portfolio that we consider green. I think this is based on 2019 data, on a 2019 survey, and it's about 763 trillion rupiah. I would say this is roughly around 50 billion USD, which is around 2% of the total loans, banking loans. And then we also have sustainable bonds. There are several companies that are already issued sustainable bonds in the last couple of years, worth total of 669 million. And here I give you 3 examples from BRI, which is one of the biggest bank, Buku 4 Bank in Indonesia, issuing a sustainability bond of 500 million to finance SMEs, green building, and clean transportation, housing, and employment. And then there's also OCBC, NESP. So this is in partnership with the IFC. They have issued a sustainable bond twice. One with the underlying social bond in 2018 for 134 million USD, or roughly around 1 trillion rupiah. And then just this year for 2.75 trillion rupiah. Then last but not least is the PT SME, which is a state-owned enterprise with a special mission vehicle under the Minister of Finance that has a financing business for infrastructure projects. They have issued green bond of 35 million, or around 500 billion rupiah in 2018. So, two of the banks here, BRI and OCBC, is 2 of the first movers, what we call first movers, is 8 banks on sustainable banking that has established an informal group named the Indonesia Sustainable Finance Initiative, or we call it ICBI, ICBI, last year, which pretty much they collaborate to continue refining the ESG integration process, as well as to encourage other companies to co-implement sustainable finance practices in Indonesia. So it started with 8 companies or 8 banks. Then I think this year we have grown to 13 banks that are committed to this Indonesia Sustainable Finance Initiative, and I think they are in the process of forming or formalizing the group. And I think hopefully more companies, more banks, more non-banks, financial institutions will join this initiatives. The blended finance, I think go back to the last slide. Blended finance, we have $2.46 billion projects for a total of 33 projects at the moment. 18 projects are done, 6 in the process, 2 more started in 2016. Okay, next page. Just want to also tell you that at the international level, Indonesia is well positioned as a mature country with China in implementing the sustainable finance. This is ranking done by Sustainable Banking Network by the IFC World Bank. and the Sustainable Banking Network is a network of 40 plus developing countries sharing the same vision and mission to develop sustainable finance. So in this slide, I'm just showing basically the index, the only actually, we can call it ESG index or sustainable index in the Indonesian stock market. And the name is Surekha. SRI stands for Sustainable and Responsible Investment. So it's a green index in our stock exchange, launched in 2009. And the number of listed companies in this index is 25 out of 670 companies at the moment, and it's renewed every 2 times every year. So basically, there are 3 phases of the company selections for the index. The first phase is the core business, you know, whether the company is doing businesses in negative lists, and by means of negative lists are this in terms of pesticides, nuclear, armory, tobacco, alcohol, pornography, gambling, GMO, and coal mining. Second phase selection is from the financial aspect, and there are 4 aspects that they set forth, which is the market caps is above 1 trillion rupiah, total assets is above 1 trillion rupiah, free float is above 10%, and the price earning ratio is positive. And then the last selection phase is the fundamental aspect, which whether the company is focusing on the fundamental aspects of the environment, social participation, corporate governance, etc. So as you can see here, the performance is better than the Jakarta stock index, which is the IHSG, as well as the LQ45, which is the most liquid performing companies in our stock exchange. And this is rebased from the last 10 years, from December 2010. Next. So what are the challenge and opportunities? So as I mentioned before, this is last several slides that I have. So as I mentioned before, you know, the only big challenge at the moment is the pandemic conditions, and the repercussion is that companies are delaying their submittance of their reports to the authority, and I think everyone here should, I guess, take a little more easier approach for this all the reports. So we give them the flexibility of submitting their reports, as you know, for banks and multi-finance companies, they are now currently focusing on basically restructuring their credits and financing to their customers. So I think we want them to focus on that issue first, as to with other issues. So what are the opportunities? Here I laid out some opportunities at the global level. In emerging countries, you know, I think we have an estimate of $23 trillion for green investment needs, you know, compiled with you know, renewable energy investment, green building, waste treatment, and transportations. And then for Indonesia alone, I think the estimate is around $22 billion for say 5 years, you know, from 2019 to 2024. And here I laid out with different sectors, you know, from based on various sources. So basically by 2030, it's predicted that global investors will fully adopt green investment by integrating the ESG factors in all of their decision-making process. And I got this from the Alliance GI survey last year. And so what they are saying is that, in summary, the development of green investment in the future looks promising. You know, so we can see that in the future there will be an increase in the number of green investors. 2, there will be a paradigm shift in greening the financial service sectors, and 3, incorporating the ESG risk in firms' investment decisions. So next page. This is my last slide, I think, second to last. So going forward, particularly for Indonesia and the financial sector, we laid out maybe 5 steps that we plan to do. The first is, I think we learned that in the first phase of sustainable finance, we learned that we need to formulate taxonomy of sustainable finance. So that's what we will do in a way to provide better guidance for the industry, particularly for the financial sector industry, to implement sustainable finance. So second, I think we need verification companies to evaluate green projects. I think some companies may have different definitions or different standards of what green projects are. So that needs to be standardized. Third, research and development. Here at OJK, we have done at least 3 topics relating to SDGs or to sustainable finance. So 3 years ago, in 2018, we conducted a study on sustainable insurance. The working paper is actually already uploaded in our OJK website, so feel free to go to our website under research. You can see one of the working papers on sustainable finance. And I think the conclusion we found that pretty much the majority of our insurance companies in Indonesia are well aware of sustainable finance. So it's just the fact that they still need more guidance on identifying which are green, which are not. Whether our motor vehicles, are they considered green? As compared to electric vehicles, full electric vehicles, as compared to hybrid vehicles. So those kind of things need to be defined further. We also have done a study on sustainability index, and this year we are doing research on a private insurance scheme for natural disasters. So my colleague is finalizing it within the next couple of months, and I think we should have our working paper done and published by the end of the year on that issue. On the fourth is basically the monitoring of the sustainability reports, of the action plans that will be given by the financial institutions for the next year and 5 years. So that should be laid out in more refined process. And last but not least, OJK will also have initiatives to establish a national task force on sustainable finance. So I think the chairman, hopefully before the end of the year, should initiate that. And this is one way to strengthen the coordination between the OJK, the government, through related ministries, and the financial industries, to move forward with this sustainable finance. I think that's what I have for my presentation. On my last slide, I just want to quote Jack Ma on the fact that basically it's easy to make money, but it's very hard to make sustainable money, while being responsible to the society and the world. But I think hopefully, everyone, including with this kind of webinar, that SR Asia International is holding, I think can make everyone in the industry to be better positioned in understanding, in being aware of this, the benefits of this sustainable finance. So that's all I have. I guess my last comment is to stay safe and stay healthy to everyone in this webinar, and hope to have a productive discussion after this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Inka, for presenting the entire perspective on future reporting, I would call it, and letting us know what lies ahead for us. I have to actually quickly move to Dr. Surekha, Kishore. She's a doctor, and Dr. Surekha Kishore is newly appointed Executive Director of All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Gorakhpur. Just to let you know, everyone that she comes in from one of the constituency of our chief minister, and therefore she's in a hot seat in that way. She is also heading that institute, which is just coming up. It's coming up in a big way. She has lots of commitment, and we are thankful to her that she has taken time and will be sharing the dais out here. So I'll briefly read her profile. She was earlier Dean, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Rishikesh, Uttarakhand, India. She is involved in undergraduate and postgraduate teaching, training, and research activities at AIIMS, along with developing innovative approaches in medical education. She received her medicine. She received her Doctor of Medicine, MD we call it, Community Medicine, Bachelor of Medicine and Surgery, MBBS from Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Medical Sciences, Maharashtra, India. Dr. Surekha has over 27 years of experience in teaching and training of medical, paramedical, and non-teaching staff, as well as the field functionary related to health. All her work had been mainly on community-based, especially related to reproductive and child health and adolescent health. She has participated in more than 10 international and around 25 national projects. She has organized many national, hundreds of, national conferences, workshop and all that. And she has more than 70 research papers on her record. She has received many national awards, and she is here with to educate us, and her sharing her perspective that what are the health and safety issues amidst of COVID-19. So thank you, Dr. Surekha ji, for making it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, back to you. Yeah, please.
A very good afternoon to all of you. A very good afternoon to all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Am I audible?
Yes,
audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. So at the pardon? अच्छा तो ये तो करना पड़ेगा. PowerPoint.
Host was disabled to participants screen sharing.
Right. Okay. So first of all, at the outset, I would like to thank Mr. Virendra Rathodi, who had been very kind enough to give me this opportunity to be in front of you and present you with this important topic related to COVID-19. So once again, the chairperson and all the respectable dignitaries, whosoever is present here with this conference, in this conference, I am really thankful for you people to be participating in this session with me. And I would start and begin my presentation on health and safety measures in COVID-19 and with a specific reference to Asia. So I begin my presentation. Can I share it, please?
Yeah.
Not able to share the screen.
The screen is screen. We have to share the screen, sir.
Yeah, you can share the screen, yes.
But host disabled the participant screen sharing is coming.
No, she's a co-host. She can.
अब ये करो presentation. नहीं आएगा.
And she is not a co-host.
Shumaya?
No, how to initiate this? The presentation, it should be visible to you.
Correct.
Host disabled the participant screen sharing, sir.
Sir, you switch on the sharing of the screen. That option. Screen sharing is in the...
Make ma'am the co-host, please.
Let me just try this. What is the case?
बता दो नीचे
Screen sharing is they have to enable now. They have to enable you to share.
Tell.
So, ma'am is not the co-host, I think.
Just a minute, please.
Okay. Maybe they have to make you co-host. You will become a host, not a participant.
I think
Sir, you include me in share the screen. Share the screen. Share the screen.
Can you just see that why madam is not able to share the screen? Hello?
Ma'am is not a co-host, I think. Make her co-host.
No, she's a panelist. She can do that. Hello?
Yes, now, madam, sorry, I'm sorry. Yes,
Yeah.
now you can share. Now you can share.
Yeah, now we can able to.
Sorry.
Yeah, now we can see. Yeah.
Yes.
Sure. Yeah.
So the topic of my presentation is health and safety amidst COVID-19, the perspective of Asia. So just an overview of COVID-19. All of us are aware of coronavirus, that it is a kind of virus which has got different kinds and different genes. It is a newly identified virus and also called as SARS-CoV virus, has got a capacity to cause pandemics, and it is basically related to the pandemics of respiratory illnesses. And here we call it as COVID-19 as far as the pandemic of this era is concerned. Next one, please. In December 2019, Chinese authorities had identified this outbreak, which was caused by this coronavirus, and they identified it as SARS-CoV virus 2. The virus can cause mild to severe respiratory illness, also known as coronavirus disease 2019, and that is why it is called as COVID-19. This outbreak had begun in China, Wuhan, and all of us are aware that it has spread to number of countries worldwide, and that is why in March 11 in this year, WHO declared COVID-19 a pandemic. Next one. The total cases and death in the world and in India till today, if you see this slide, is more than 2 crores and deaths more than 7 lakhs. And in India, if we see, more than 27 cases have been reported and more than 51 lakh of deaths have taken place. It's a severe acute respiratory syndrome which is caused by this virus, also called as COVID-19. It is a new virus, as we know, and it has a tendency to cause respiratory infection, especially pneumonia, which was highly prevalent in Wuhan, China in late December 2019. And later on, it was found that it has a tendency to grow as a pandemic. And WHO has documented that in March that it is a pandemic, looking at the number of cases worldwide. Now, if you see the coronaviruses, it is a type of virus and has got a lot of proteins. I'm not going to go into the detail, but this slide just shows you the parts of this virus. If you see, it has got the RNA, which you can see inside this wire-like structure, which is called as RNA. Enclosed in a protein, and then we have lot of protein which are encircling it. The spike protein, the lipid membrane protein, and there are other glycoproteins membrane protein, envelope protein. So this is visible. We don't need to go in details, but just an overview to show you that it is a kind of RNA virus and it is enveloped into protein coat, which has got lot of various membrane protein and glycoprotein and other enzymes attached. Now the transmission, if you see, the transmission usually takes place in the form of droplet, and it may be through direct breath, or it may be through cough, or it may be through contact, direct contact of the droplet or the infectious material from the patient's secretion to the normal healthy host. Next. If we see how does it spread, there are various modes of spreading. One is through the droplet infection. Now these droplets, there are some droplets which are very small in size and they remain stagnated in the air. Now these droplets which get stagnated in the air, they are passed from one person to another person through the air. And another one is infection directly through cough. If I sneeze or cough in front of any other healthy host, and if I am infected, that infection is immediately passed to the another one. And the next one is, like we said, through the contact. If I touch any surface and I am infected and I touch any surface, this infection can be transmitted to other person who is non-infected. Now, there is a word like incubation period, which you can see in this slide. Now, what is this incubation period? Incubation period is basically the entry of the virus and production of its symptom. So the distance between this, the time gap between this is called as incubation period. So it may be from first day to 14th day. I may get the infection, I may get the virus on the first day, and I may develop the symptom from that day onwards till 14th day, any time in between. So we should not think that in case if I am in contact with somebody who is infected, so if for 2-3 days I don't get symptom, that does not mean that I am not infected. So the infection and the symptoms may develop even after 10th day. Till 14th day, we have to see whether I am or the person is infected or not. So whenever the infection or the contact is there, we have to observe the person for 14 days. Now, this is again to show you the droplet transmission, which occurs through coughing or sneezing. And second is airborne transmission, when these droplets are hanging in the atmosphere and they are carried from one place to other. So a person may be infected even if the infected person is very far away or the healthy person is very far away. The infection may be carried through these droplets. The next one. There are various symptoms, all of us know, mainly fever, cough, sore throat, fatigue, shortness of breath or breathlessness, sudden loss of smell and taste, that has also been very frequently reported, headache and muscle ache, even diarrhea and dehydration has also been reported by a lot of people. Recently, when the patients had reported in the hospital, it was found that they reported with very different symptoms other than these. There were cases when the patient may be asymptomatic or else having very mild symptom like pain in the body. That's it. And the patient turned out to be positive. These are the normal occurrence of the symptoms in these patients, but patient may have other symptoms also. There are other, these are the various illnesses where if the patient gets infected, he may have complications or may develop complications, like if the person has already got fever or fatigue, the patient may have respiratory cough, sore throat, runny nose, sneezing, or if the kidneys are not functional or there are reduced function, or if you are suffering from diarrhea, or if you have circulatory system disease or any other heart problem, diabetes, all these are the additional problems which may enhance the complications of COVID virus or the disease. These symptoms I have already told you. The next one, the various risk factors, like I have already mentioned, are chronic kidney diseases, chronic pulmonary disease, any lung disease which is existent for a very long time, a person with a weak immune system, or the person who has undergone organ transplantation, person whose body mass index is more or obese, a person with serious heart condition, person with sickle cell disease or type 2 diabetes, they are at risk. Next one. Who is at risk of infection? So everyone is at the risk of infection. Now, if you see this slide here, we will find that we have mild cases which have been reported as 81% of cases who will report cases reporting running nose, dry cough, and low-grade fever. These are 81%, whereas cases who develop severe symptoms like the fluid in the lungs, which makes the difficulty in breathing. Second is when the blood oxygen level start falling. They are 14% of the cases, and only 5% cases they become critical and they come to death. Now, these are the cases where multiple organ failure occurs due to this virus, causing inflammation and septic shock, leading to death. Now, if we see this slide, you will find that just a glimpse that this is our alveoli. If you can see, this grape-like structure is our alveoli, where the air goes inside. This is the picture of the lung. These alveoli are present in the lungs. Now, these alveoli get infected with this virus, this spring-like structure. You can see the virus gets inside these alveoli, causes lot of inflammation. The fluid is secreted. Now this alveoli becomes full of fluid and water, and this causes lot of respiratory problems. And that is the cause of death as well as multiple functional failure. There are other risk factors which may enhance or cause lot of complications in these patients, and they are in addition to those which I have already told. Others are severe asthmatic patient and diseases affecting the blood vessels, cystic fibrosis, high blood pressure, weak immune system like even HIV, or patients who are on steroid therapy, patients with dementia, liver disease, even pregnancy also, they are vulnerable groups. Then damaged or scarred lungs from the previous injury, even smoking, thalassemia, and type 1 diabetes, they are also at risk. Now, if we go to the Asian perspective, we will see that it is the largest continent all over the world, where nearly 60% of the people all over the world stay. And the two largest populated countries here are China and India, which consists of around 36% of the population of the world. Now, we all of us know that COVID-19 originated from China, Wuhan. And if we see the current situation, India is the worst country to have COVID cases with more than 4.2 million all over the world. Asia is home to 60% of the world population, I have already mentioned. Moreover, 35% of the world's poorest people, they live in Asia. Asia, though it is a place which has got lot of potential as well as risk factors, particularly developing countries like India, yet it has come through the crisis before and emerged stronger. So we feel that we are going to do it this time also. It is the fastest growing and most dynamic region. This is a positive thing. The government spending on public health is low. This is not good and is not focused on those who need it most. Another challenging thing is that Asia is disease control and prevention is lacking. This is the place where we have to strengthen our control and preventive strategies. Let us see the other slides. Now, South Asian countries have also been seriously affected. If you see, the cases are rising fast and yet to peak or peaking up. South Asia is living in extreme poverty and hunger with wide gaps in public health infrastructure. And that is why there is failure of monitoring and public health issues are emerging in this pandemic. Now here we can see the current situation in world top 5 places. Here you can see in India, though the number of deaths is comparatively low if we compare from all the other places. Now the reason here is that this disease or the virus affects most in the vulnerable or high risk group. Now this high risk group or vulnerable population, especially geriatric age group, more than 50 years or 60 years is more in USA, Brazil, Russia or Peru. So not Peru, but all these 4 countries. Here you will find USA, Brazil and Russia, the number of aged and geriatric population is very high. And that is why you will find number of cases more. You will find number of deaths more. In case if we compare India with this, you will find comparatively less number of cases and less number of deaths. The next one, please. Now, if we compare within the Asia, India, Iran, Bangladesh, Saudi and Pakistan. Here you can see India is leading and we have got more than 42 lakh of cases. It has been reported by WHO and this is in the initial phases of this pandemic. And here you can see 72,000 of deaths, more than 72,000 of deaths took place. So here India is leading. The next one. Now here also, if you see, the first number is of China and second comes India as far as the number of cases of COVID are concerned in Asia overall. If we concern this global deaths in SEER countries, cases of in SEER countries as well as global, then we can see here that overall we have got a comparable figures in both the places. In global, we have around 2 crores, more than 2 crores, whereas in SEER countries, it is around, how much is that? 55 lakhs. And the number of deaths, if we consider, here you can see it is 95 lakhs in SEER countries in total, whereas here we have around 9 lakhs. Next one. There it was 95,000 and here it is 9 lakhs. Now, if we see the cumulative total cases reported, you will find that India and Bangladesh, they top up here. Next one. Again, the cumulative figure here, if you see, India is leading in picking up of the cases. And in this, the second slide, you will find Nepal. So India and Nepal are leading as far as the SEER countries are concerned. Now, the new cases reported of COVID, if you see again, India is leading. India as well as Nepal and Indonesia. These are the 3 countries which are leading as far as number of reported new cases are concerned. That means it is rising in these 3 places. Next one. Now, if we see the safety ranking, that means how much infection prevention is there, how much we are readiness. So it is basically reflecting how far we are, sustainable enough to take care of ourselves. So here you can find Korea, Australia, China, New Zealand. The first, this green color shows that they have got very high safety ranking, whereas India falls in the middle one. That means we are not, very good. Neither we are very good nor we are very bad. So we fall in the middle category. Whereas the other countries, especially Sri Lanka, Nepal, and Bangladesh, Indonesia, they fall in the lower category. Now, as far as safety measures are concerned, I would like to mention there are certain standard precautions which we need to follow. Now, the basic level of IPC, what we call the precautions, which we infection prevention control measures. So this everybody has to follow. And as far as COVID-19 is concerned, this has to be followed for all the patients for all the times, regardless of suspected or confirmed cases. The element of standard precautions would include hand hygiene, the respiratory hygiene, I will let you know in the next slides, the PPE, then personal protective equipments, the safe injection practices, safe handling, cleaning and disinfection of patient care equipments, environmental cleaning, safe handling and cleaning of soil, linen, and waste management. What are the benefits of taking these precautionary measures? First is we protect ourselves. Second is we protect others, as well as we protect our family, the community, as well as the environment also. Next. Various strategies which are followed for preventing or limiting the spread of COVID-19 are by applying standard precaution for all patients, ensuring a triage, that means early recognition and source control, implementing empiric additional precaution for suspected cases, implementing administrative controls, and using environmental and engineering controls. This is the chain of transmission, how this link is made and how this infection gets transmitted to the other person. If you see on the top, the infectious agent is a virus. The reservoir is a person, the person who is infected. This person has got a port of exit either through sneezing, from the nose or from the mouth, through coughing. Then mode of transmission is air. Port of entry is again the respiratory tract of a healthy person. And then susceptible host. If your immunity is poor, you will get the infection. Now, the best way to prevent, as every one of us know nowadays, is hand hygiene. Otherwise also, hand hygiene is a must in all the healthcare settings as well as in the community settings, as they help in breaking this chain of transmission. Hand hygiene, how it should be done? It can be done through soap and running water, or it can be done by alcohol-based hand rub use. And we have to rub our hands for around 20 to 30 seconds, whereas whenever we wash our hands with running water and soap, the water and soap should remain in our hand for around 40 to 60 seconds. This is a slide made by WHO, which shows that washing your hands with soap and water, especially when the hands are visibly dirty, and if your hands are not dirty, frequently clean them by using alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. Next one. Protect yourself and others from getting sick. Wash your hands. Now, what is the right time to wash your hand? Number one is after you cough or you sneeze. Second, when caring for the sick. Now, why I'm saying after coughing or sneezing? Because usually we use our hands to close our mouth or nose. That is why after coughing or sneezing, and when caring for the sick, or before, during, and after you prepare the food, before eating, after the use of toilet, when hands are visibly dirty, and after handling animals or animal waste. Now, these are various steps of hand rub or hand wash. which WHO or World Health Organization recommends. That means as you can see there, these steps, I think they are visible in the slide. You can download it from the net also. And the main aim of using these steps is basically to, get rid of infection, whatever is present inside your nail or between the web or anywhere in your hand. So these are we follow these steps very seriously or sincerely, we will be able to prevent the infection transmitting through our hands. Now, what is respiratory hygiene? I have already mentioned about respiratory hygiene. Now, what is respiratory hygiene? Respiratory hygiene is basically when we maintain the hygiene so that we do not contract this infection, the first one or other person also. We are preventing the infection to go to the other person. The first is covering our mouth while coughing. Second is, whenever we do that, we need to clean our hands either with soap and water or with hand rub. And third is putting up the mask. Now this is what is called as respiratory hygiene. The next one I'll show is the respiratory or sneezing or coughing etiquette. Now, what is it? This is basically when we cover our mouth or nose with the help of a tissue, or else if you do not have a tissue, let us not put our hands or fingers in front of our mouth. Rather, we should always put our mouth or nose in front of our elbow. Cover your face with the help of elbow and cough there. The reason being that the organisms which are present in your elbow through your mouth or sneeze or droplets, these will not be transmitted to the other person. If you cough in your hand, then what happens? Usually we tend to transmit this infection. We touch the other surfaces, and that is why it is better if you do not have any facility of washing and other things, please cough on your between your elbow, bend your elbow and cough there. Or else if you are using a tissue paper, throw and dispose it off in a covered trash bin. And after you throw them in your trash bin, then you wash your hands with soap and water. This is called as coughing and sneezing etiquette. Now we protect others from getting sick. How? When coughing and sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with a flexed elbow tissue. Throw this in the closed bin and clean hand with alcohol-based hand rub. So this way we are protecting others. The next one. Respiratory hygiene needs to be maintained, and that is the best thing nowadays everybody is doing is hand washing and use of mask. And we can have some visual aids attached or put up everywhere, which shows that we have to cough or sneeze when they use hand washing techniques as well as the use of mask. These displays should be put up everywhere. The next one, please. This is very important, that is social distancing. 6 feet of distance would not let these droplets transmit to you. So it is very important that we maintain 6 feet distance, and the droplet which we or other person is sneezing or coughing and bringing out, those droplets will not reach you. That is why the distance of 6 feet is recommended. Next one. Avoid close contact when the person is experiencing cough or fever. Whenever you feel that you may be a suspect of this disease, do not remain in close contact with your family members or near dear ones. Avoid spitting in public because your sputum may carry these infective agents. And if you have fever, cough, or difficulty in breathing, seek medical care as early as possible. Reduce the risk of corona infection. I have already mentioned washing the hand, it is a must. Avoid travel. And in case if you have traveled, please share this travel history with whosoever health worker you come in contact with, and try to consult a doctor if you get any kind of symptoms. This is again another instruction for people to reduce the risk of coronavirus infection. That is, if you have such symptoms like fever, cough, or difficulty in breathing, you should always report to your doctor, and you have to limit the contact. Now, this is, these are various policy matters. In case if you are staying in India or in some particular state, the policy differs. So basically, we have to, if you are suffering from such, symptoms like fever, cough, or difficulty in breathing, then you immediately have to report to the hospital. But if mild symptoms are there and you can get yourself tested, if you turn out to be positive, you can remain in isolation from 7 to 14 days, depending upon the policy which has been developed by your state. Follow these important precautions. That is, please wash your hands after coughing and sneezing. Use a tissue paper or use your elbow. Wash your hands after using toilets, because again, these germs may be present in the secretions. So body secretions, even diarrhea, all the fluids of the body may contain, mainly transmitted through respiratory, but it may contain. That is why one should wash their hands after using the toilet. Clean your hands before and after caring for a sick person, before cooking. And of course, whenever you develop such symptoms, immediately meet a doctor. Now, these are again measures which I have already told you. Social distancing is a must. 2 feet or 1 meter of a distance is a must. That should be followed very soon.
I understand Dr. Surekha. I think Dr. Surekha has shared something what each of us and everyone would be watching this program, what precautions, what is important during this point in time. So I think this was the most important for all of us to know. And I think because of the connection, again, our talk has been interrupted because of the connection issues, I think. Shumaya, can you help?
She is disconnected.
Okay. All right. So I think we have heard her. Oh, she's back.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. There is a lot of problem of connection here. So
Yeah.
So I'll just restart it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, we are very happy to hear you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So I was talking about quarantine and isolation. So quarantine is basically for a person who is healthy but has been exposed to an infected person or a diseased person. So that person is kept quarantined and for observation. But isolation is for sick people, the person who are exposed to the disease and they are sick. So these people are kept in isolation separately. Whereas quarantine people are also kept separately, but they are healthy and they are exposed. They may develop disease later on, but when they are quarantined, they are healthy individual. but they have got history of exposure. So this is the difference between quarantined and isolated person. Next one. If we call for diagnosis and treatment, I'll just make a mention of this, that the diagnosis is made with the help of throat swab and blood test. And we take the of test. Diagnosis is done by rapid test and RT-PCR test. So rapid test, you can get the result on the same day, whereas RT-PCR test, you get the result later on the next day or so. And you can know the status of your illness, whether you are positive or negative. That will be confirmed basically only after RT-PCR is done. Now, there is treatment, all of us know, and there are a lot of treatment modalities which people have tried, but until unless there is a severity of case, we should not go for any kind of treatment. Next one. The recovery rate, if we see, usually, like I have already mentioned earlier also, the critical people are only 5% who come to death. But most of the places, we will find that 99% recovery is there if you are hale and hearty with no risk factor. If you are at risk, definitely you will develop complications. Now, currently, we are hearing a lot about vaccination and vaccines being developed. There is a co-vaccine which is developed by India, but again, it is in the phase of trial. We have gone into community trials, but probably the results are not very good. The reason, one of the reason here is that the virus is mutating. So when we make a vaccine for one virus, it mutates and we need vaccine for that virus. So this time they have tried to make a vaccine which will be used for any kind of antigenic variations which are taking place in the virus, but still, and it is in the phase 4, that is community trial. So once the results are out, we will be able to know whether it is effective or not. Now, this response strategy, which WHO and globally people are trying to recommend, is we need to interrupt the transmission, and it has to be done by interrupting this transmission of virus from one person to another in countries where community transmission is very high. Those places where a lot of people are staying together, like overcrowded places, and they are mostly present in developing countries, urban slum areas, overcrowded cities. There you will find community transmission going on. Now, this prevent the exportation of cases as well as transmission from the exported cases. Done. Next one. Next one. We will skip or next one. Yeah. This is again, the World Health Organization has given this chart for Southeast Asian region, that as leaders of the community, we have power to inspire and the strength to unite and the wisdom to take along everyone. Let us open minds, not point fingers, because we are in this together. So it is on us to bring out the best in humanity. So we need to fight against coronavirus. So let us join hands together and maintain all the precautionary measures to make ourselves free of corona pandemic. This is again one of the another slide for SEA countries by WHO, that the virus does not discriminate and neither should we. Lock the virus, not your heart. Take care of what you say and do, and give every person the compassion a fellow human deserves. It is on us to bring out the best in humanity. The next one. So let us follow all the safety measures, and this is achieved by scaling up of country readiness and response operation besides all the individual safety measures which we have followed or following. It includes the rapid identification, diagnosis, management of cases, identification and follow-up of contacts, infection prevention and control, and implementation of health measures for travelers, and awareness raising in the population through risk communication and community engagement. Now, this is the role of the whole country, each and every person. So the slides which I've shown you earlier, so the government or World Health Organization is proposing and recommending that we have to together, help in allaying this fear of corona from people, and at the same time we have to treat the cases, diagnose the cases, as well as take care of the persons who are healthy. So we have to prevent the infection in them. Next one. This I have already mentioned, so I'm not again going to go into the detail. So these are again a few important slides which World Health Organization has put up for SEER countries, that we have to take care of ourselves by taking care of the hygiene, staying healthy, that is maintaining social distancing, and eating nutritious food, avoiding smoking, that is healthy behavior, taking care if you have symptoms, that is by isolating yourself, wearing a mask, seeking a medical advice, and take care of your mental health at the same time. Because if you see a lot of people who develop even small mild illness or cough, which may not be COVID, but still people are very apprehensive. They are apprehensive about themselves, about the spread to their family members. So we need to take care of the mental health part also. And this can be done by exercising regularly, especially when we are, limited in our house during the lockdown periods. Limit the negative news consumption, seeking information only from the trusted sources, and spending time with the loved ones during this corona time when the lockdown is going on, or when we are isolated or quarantined. Now, how to take care of others? This also we have already spoken of, that if you have a cough or fever, difficulty in breathing, stay away from others, seek medical advice, wear a mask, wash your hands properly, to take care, to be kind, amplify positive stories of corona who have recovered, help the vulnerable and elderly people, because they are pregnant ladies under 5 children, they are vulnerable. So we need to protect them, show compassion to the sick and their families, and taking care of what you say, spread the facts. Like I have already mentioned, if you are hale and hearty, 99% of recovery rate, but the recovery rate falls down if you have any secondary or risk factors. Take care of the ill person. Ensure that the ill person or sick person get rest, drink plenty of fluids, and eat nutritious food. Keep their mental health in a positive way, and wear a mask yourself when you are near these people. The next one. Now, how to take care of those who care for us? Take care to listen to them. This is also equally important. The healthcare workers and others are fighting hard to contain the spread. So play your part and listen to them, cooperate with them, take care to support them. Healthcare workers take great care to protect themselves at work. They and their families are not a danger to those they meet. Take care to appreciate them, respect and appreciate these workers. How to take care of elderly and high risk individuals? Now, if we see here, now basically what we have to do is we have to maintain their health. We have to avoid any kind of exposure because they are at risk people, and we need to be completely prepared, keep a supply of essential medicine and all the helpline numbers as well as ambulance number. Whenever need arises, they should be immediately put up inside the hospital. How to take care of a pregnant woman and a lady? First is again, we need to avoid exposures. But in case if the lady is found to be positive, the lady should be immediately admitted. Like I've already mentioned, the pregnant women, under 5 children, as well as geriatric age group, and people who are at high risk, they are vulnerable and may get severity of the disease in these cases are very high, that they get complications and they die. How to prevent the spread in workplaces? Now, this is again a slide which shows how to take care. The first thing is, whenever we are working in a place where other people are also working, sanitize your table or your, the things which are handled by other people also. So sanitize them, maintain physical distancing, and keep your hands clean. Frequently wash your hands with soap and water. Use hand sanitizer wherever soap and water is not available. People are very frequently using sanitizer. That is right. But at the same time, whenever soap and water is available, please wash your hands with soap and water. Take care not to spread the word and not the, take care to spread the word and not the virus. That means you have to give right information and facts to the people, and do not let us spread any kind of negativity related to pandemic. And at the same time, we take care of ourselves by wearing mask. And whenever we feel that we have any symptom or anything, we need to go to the doctor for getting ourselves checked up and isolated or quarantined as per the presence of symptoms. Now, this is again one more, recap of what I have already told. Next one. So thanks a lot, and stay home, stay safe, and stay healthy. And that's it. Thanks a lot for your patient hearing.
Virendra, you're on mute.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Surekha ji, for making it happen. We really are indebted to your efforts to save humanity, because you are the real goddess on earth now, and helping saving people. And I'm really thankful that you took time and really educated each of us, and educated many of, I'm sure that thousands of people would be listening to you because this was live, and you have come. There are many questions to ask. However, because of the paucity of the time, I request humbly to all my participants that I will pass on these questions to the respective speakers, as the time is limited. So I quickly go to the next speaker, Mr. Nirbhay, who is an IIT alumni, and he will also quickly share us a very inspirational story. But I'll just briefly, Mr. Nirbhay, can you be online now? He's an IIT Bombay alumni and a seasoned social development professional with hands-on experience in government relation. He has worked across depth and breadth of the country in the area of public education system, more so intervention concerning technology in education. Nirbhay Lumde leads CSR for CGI Asia Pacific Global Delivery Centers of Excellence. Among other achievements, Nirbhay also published a book titled CSR in India, Practitioner Perspective. Mr. Nirbhay Lumde is Director CSR with CGI India. So I request you to give your insight, please. Share your perspective, Mr. Nirbhay.
Thank you, Birendra, for that. I think it was wonderful to hear. Am I audible? I just want to be sure that.
Yes.
Yeah, I will try to share something if I'm able to. Otherwise, I'll quickly speak about it so that I'm quick. So it was very nice to hear from Doctor about more so on the thought process, more around the COVID and COVID related. I hope you're able to see my screen.
Yes.
You're able to see it? Yeah.
Yes.
So my story is more around what's happening around COVID. We are a corporate organization. I represent an IT company. And the idea here is to share what has been transpired over last 3 to 5 months. And more so, how did we respond? And story lineup is going to be around 3 hours. That's, I think I felt that was much easier to explain the story. 3 hours to fight the pandemic is more around that. That will be able to help us to understand the story. While the story is not one person, it's more about working together with various individuals, organizations, and institutions coming together. While all of us have been shorted with this pandemic, not having enough time to react, but however, we had to react and we had to respond and we had to reinvent ourselves so that we are safeguarding ourselves. So more so from an understanding point of view, the stories are around a framework where we had to come in support of the communities on 3 folds. One was the prevention, the second detection, and the reaction. As I go onto this slide, I have a single slide. I'll explain in detail what does each mean. The idea of prevention was to ensure that the frontline staff, more so the police, sanitation workers, and health workers are taken care, who are in the line of duty. They were the first ones to respond to the pandemic. While all my story is going to be around India, so therefore you have to pay attention. The health support system is not as strong as the developed economies, but yes, we are there. We are catching up. So therefore, the first idea was to how do we take care of the frontline staff. The second was more around detection, a strategy to build facilities to treat patients. While we know that these numbers were exponentially growing, so as a corporate, we said, hey, let's hold on and can we do something around treating patients? The third around reaction was to reach in the communities with immediate relief supplies. While this was something that we taken up more so as a reaction, more so as an immediate relief for them. When I put it, the stories around 3 R's: respond, rebound, and reinvent. I would like to put it that way story. The minute we had the pandemic and we had challenges, saying that how should we go about it? None of us has any prior experiences as corporates or be it in the frontline workers. We knew about floods, we knew about famines, we know about any other earthquakes. But the health pandemic of this scale was first of its kind. So therefore, the first thing that foremost important was how do we safeguard the frontline staff? So therefore, for us, it was very important to critically, we had help supplying about 300K, that's about 3 lakh face masks, and about helped about 20,000 odd health, police, and sanitation frontline staff in about 3 states that we have offices. We did work with our support staff, the staff that is there who are losing jobs in other areas. So we went with the scholarships so that they are taken care. These were immediate requirements. So therefore, one was to safeguard the front line. The second was to kind of a scaffolding, some kind of support system. More so when a parent loses his job, the first that happens is children stop going to schools, and the low income schools have some fee to be paid, right? So in that context, we took care of some of those paying of the school fee so that the children continue their education. That was more from a response point of view. More so on a rebound point of view, while we know for sure that response was immediate, that may not withstand longer, but we had to take some course of action where we initiate actions so that we are up and running, be it in the communities and be it in the communities where we have offices. The first thing that we did was we worked closely with the state government in India. The government was looking for some kind of support. Of course, government has wherewithal to support any such initiative. We are minuscule if you look at it that way, be it from the budget or from a context or from the strengths point of view. So we collaborate with the state government. There was an opportunity to set up an referral hospital. While these numbers do not mean anything, we treated so far about 4,400 patients. While we would have been happier if there are no patients, but yes, that's something that we, the setup that we have helped with the government has helped so far 4,400 patients. We did help in another state in setting up a plasma therapy. It's way back about 4 months back in a COVID referral hospital. And I'm told about 5,000 corona patients have been treated for the well-being. While some of these are small, minuscule, but it really made sense way in the beginning, helping communities so that they can rebound. Now coming to the reinvent, the strategy was more on, we felt while all of us are in this journey, we also felt while as an enterprise we can help, we also looked at how do employees can help in some of these. While a good number of corporate employees are interested in going out and doing it in a regular or a non-pandemic time, but in a pandemic time, we had to help and they wanted to help. So therefore we created a digital donation platform, and employees donated it, and an enterprise level, we donated matching grants. And with that money, we helped about 15,000 family members with immediate relief supplies. This was mostly done in rural, urban, and tribal communities. So when I share some of these stories, this is something, while we know all of us are hit in economy, all of us are hit in business, are in the communities, are not so in families as well. But this is something on a positive note I felt I can share with a larger audience. These are small things that really make huge impact positively in the communities where we live and work. And I felt it was an opportunity to share with all of you. So that is a quick story. I hope it gives an overview about what an entity is doing. I'm sure there are 10 plus thousands of companies are doing at such a scale and such a work. They have gone much beyond setting up online education systems, working on STEM program. So many things are happening, but this is something, a small story to feel good about it, and a positive story that I can share with all of you. So thank you so much, Virendra, for the opportunity. I thought I can share this is something with all of you, and I'll be happy if there are any questions to be taken up, or if the capacity of time, I'm more than happy to go to the next level. So over to you, Virendra.
Thank you, Nirbhay. Thank you so much. I will appreciate if you can stay back for a while. I now call upon Mr. Vinod. Mr. Vinod Sharma, can you remove your presentation, please? Yeah. Sorry, Vinod, for you staying back. But true leader has to face all the heats all the time. And I must tell you that Mr. Vinod Sharma is one of the finest mind we have from the industry and society also, not just industry alone. He brings in lots of experience how to become from local to national and national to international, and from small to the largest company in the world. So he is the managing director of Deki Electronics Limited, the largest manufacturing capacitor manufacturing company in the world. And besides that, he is also the leading many industry association in India on the policy front. He is also currently chairman of committee, ICTE committee of Confederation of Indian Industries. He is also a trainer, a world-class consultant helping companies on the supply chain, value chain. He has written a book also on value chain. I now, invite and welcome him to share his leadership perspective. What is their leader to do now? Because I think only leader can, change the situations. He has been through and through here. He has heard doctors bringing all the perspective, what is happening, what all we need to do. We had Mr. Inka. He also shares, he also comes from the government side at the highest level, from the financial sectors. Mr. Nirbhay, he has a company which has over 80,000 people worldwide employed. So there comes in Vinod Sharma ji. And Vinod, back to you, and everybody is excited to hear from you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rathuri, BD as I call you. We've been friends for a long time. First of all, I think, and all the other fellow panelists, I heard most of you, and I was really enriched by the ongoing discussion. So first of all, congratulations, BD, to you, your team at SR Asia. I think you guys are doing a wonderful job. You are continuing to enrich a dialogue that needs to be talked about more often, and specifically with business leaders. So congratulations on choosing a very topical subject since yesterday. I've noticed that you've had a full agenda, and I must say a full galaxy of some brilliant speakers. So my greetings and my best wishes to what you're trying to do.
Thank you so much.
Now, I will briefly, as a businessman, sort of not in any particular order, but share a few thoughts that come to my mind when we look at what is the role of a business leader today? Let's start with that. How do we see this whole world of what you may call sustainability, or what I would like to I prefer to call responsible businesses, and our role in society? And maybe also speak specifically about businesses, specifically SMEs. Let's not forget that while a lot of the sustainability discussion is going, I would say, in a reasonably right direction. I wish it were faster, but it's happening. There is more effectiveness coming into this as we speak, and I've been watching the space for the last 15, 20 years now. So I would say that this is going in the right direction. However, very large number of people, society, from a geographical space, from a number of employees perspective, and from a society touch points perspective, the impact that changes at the SME level will have for us are obviously going to be far more than what only large companies can achieve by themselves. Sorry, there's a poll showing up on my screen which is distracting me. I hope it is not distracting all the other audiences at the moment yet. In today's environment, I feel if I were to ask this question to myself, what is my role as a business leader? And I would answer that quite simply, is to convert capital into jobs. In a country like India, and I see that a lot of my fellow speakers, panelists are from Asia, in the kind of emerging economies that most of us belong, I think one of the largest requirements today, and post-COVID, this has become even more stark, is how do we bring jobs to people? There are lots of talented young people and not so young people who are looking for means, sustainable means to a livelihood. And I think if we don't answer that first and upfront, we will be missing the point, because everything else will follow. If I don't have a job, then obviously my concern, and largest concern, rightly so, is going to be how do I earn a living and how do I take care of my family and my responsibilities. For too long, I think under the garb of globalization, Industry 4.0, I've been reading a few articles. Person who comes in mind is Milton Friedman. I think it was his article in September of 1950, exactly 70 years ago. This gentleman very famously said, businesses have only one business, and that is to make profits, right? And then the whole discussion started on whether he was right or wrong. And partly he's of course right, because all businesses are obsessed with making profit, as they should be, because as the famous Nobel Prize winner, I think it was Mr. Buchanan, or Buchanan as he's pronounced, who famously said that if you look at public policy, you look at consent. He wrote, I think, a very famous essay called The Calculus of Consensus. And what he argued there is that, look, businesses will continue to be driven by one dream, which is to make profits. As politicians are driven by one singular measure, and that is votes, staying in power. And similarly, bureaucrats, he mentioned very nicely in that article, are driven by one thing, which is power. So wherever they are. Now, if you ask a businessman to behave in any way that takes him away from his motive, or singular motive of profits, you take a politician away or policymaker away from the votes, and you take a bureaucrat away from power, I think you are doing something which is counterintuitive to his personality or her personality. That is what their DNA has told them. So my first message to all of you dealing with sustainability in some way or the other is, how can we align a businessman's core intent of making more money with making it more sustainable? How do we make sure that every small business, large business, does not see these as two different paths, does not see it as a give and take, does not say more sustainability means less profit, because it doesn't. And that's something that I'd like to touch upon a little bit with one or two examples from my own company in a short while. So what is this responsible business? Has this whole topic changed in the last 50 years from only making profits to what we say now sustainable profits? And I think there I'm reminded of what Isaac Newton said long back. And he said, nature is, it's a Latin phrase which I love, but in English it said, nature is extremely simple and at harmony with itself. And I love the word harmony because it basically means that if I want a harmonious life, as Mr. Raturi mentioned in my introduction, because to see a businessman or any of us separate from our society, our family, our relationships would be missing the tree for the woods as a society. So what does this harmony mean to me as a businessman? It means that my stakeholders, people I work with on a daily basis, my employees, the society that I serve, the government that I serve, the tax authorities that I work with, and most importantly, the customers that I offer my services to, we are all in harmony with each other. What they want a good capacity at a great price, at the most economical price possible. My employees want a good increment, good promotions year on year. So all our seemingly different objectives need to be aligned together in an as harmonious way as possible. How do we achieve that harmony? I think is this whole definition of responsible business. So in a nutshell, what I'm saying is that if we understand where we are coming from as businesses, and we do understand that there is nothing called profits as long as they are not harmonious profits. Otherwise, they are very short-lived. This discussion would then go in the right direction. Mr. Goldratt, one of my gurus from Theory of Constraints, unfortunately, we lost him a couple of years ago, Israeli gentleman, Mr. Eliyahu Goldratt, who made the Theory of Constraints very famous. He said something very straightforward and very nice at one point in time, and he said, tell me how you measure me and I will tell you how I behave. Now that is true for a small child when we are teaching him to go to school or do some activities in the right way. We expect right behavior from our children, from students in a school, from businessmen like yourself and myself, or with large institutions or large corporate houses. The story is the same. If you measure me as a CEO in the stock market by my quarterly profits, by my quarterly share of business, and reward me or punish me by a stock market price, then don't be surprised that my actions are only attuned to that quarterly thing. And I obviously don't understand climate change because that's going to come 10 years, 20 years down the line. So I think unless we align ourselves with this harmonious thread of measurements, so that all of them, and so I think my suggestion to an august body like I'm talking to today is that let's try to make those measurements, those definitions in such a way that they string us all our aspirations together. Our aspirations are not anti each other. But if you measure, like I said, only profits, then that is what I deliver. If my employees measure me only for the increments they get, this is not going to be a harmonious relationship for too long. If my customers begin to measure me only by the amount of price drop I can give them quarter on quarter, how cheaper my capacities can become, again, I will lose that. So Obviously, it's not easy for us to be able to put these measures on one platform. But I think the more clarity we bring to these measurements, the lesser we hide behind audits or certificates such as ISO 9000, ISO 14000. We know that they have achieved some objective. I won't say nothing. But in my opinion, unless we change the culture of organizations, we would have not achieved anything. Let me give you an example. So when we embarked as a company of 600 people, we embarked on our journey of ISO 14000 several years ago. And when I read the standard, I said, this is going exactly the same way as ISO 9000 has gone. We will put some objectives, there will be some limited success, and this is exactly what I don't want. ISO 9000, we got it way back in 1994. So, it was early days, but when we began to experiment with that and go on that journey, when it was ISO 14000, we are going to make a difference, I said. I will get a certificate much later. I will first ensure that we have a culture within our organization that understands what our role and our interplay with the environment is. And when we began to go on that journey, we have a prayer every morning at 9 o'clock in our factory. One paragraph in that prayer, which is written by our own workers in Hindi, was dealing with environment and said that, look, we ask the Almighty to give us the wisdom to be able to deal with the environment in a compassionate way. To understand that we are not living on this planet or on Earth, but we are Earth ourselves. If I'm not in the rhythm of nature, then I'm losing out. And what does that mean? That means that if the temperatures outside, the humidity outside is not aligned to the processes that I run to make my own capacitors, millions of them every day, then I'm losing out on that. When I began to understand that, so we have an epoxy powder, 20 kilos of that get wasted every day. It used to be as high as 100 kilos. When we started speaking to our employees and said, look, first of all, wastage is not good from a business perspective. But from an environmental perspective, you take 100 kilos of an inert organic chemical, make a lump of it, an inert lump, and then put it somewhere in a landfill. It is like filling the womb of your mother with waste. How long will we continue to do that? And then over a period of time, we were able to, just that as one example, from 100 kilos, bring that wastage down to 20 kilos. But 20 kilos is a process waste. We could do nothing about it. Seeking suggestions from people, we asked our suppliers, we asked our competitors. We reached out to everybody possible and said, what do you do with this waste? And everybody said the same thing. Oh, we just chuck it. Quite frankly, the business was not worried about where the business was going. I told some of my employees, we put them on the same scrapyard, the scrap dealers that we have on their truck, and said, please go and follow this waste. Where does it go on a daily basis? Which part of the earth is going to be filled with this waste, which is no good to anybody? How will people sort of extract something of value from this? And then I think we were able to sort of sensitize them to what we were trying to say. I'm very happy that for the first time actually in the world at that point of time, we were able to convert this epoxy powder from a waste into very usable bricks. And these are fantastic bricks that can be used to pave roads. They're pavers, they're tiles. A lot of my factory walls are now paved with these tiles. They can be used as pavers on the ground. We are trying to make them into small drain covers for the villages close by. And so a waste item then suddenly became one of the most exciting things we could do. Not only were we using waste epoxy powder, we began to use waste energy in our ovens to be able to make them. So just a very simple example. This process took us about 4 years. I was surprised that none of our suppliers or competitors had thought about this. My own employees gave up on me and said, he keeps pushing the same point all the time. But all the point I'm making is that with clear focus and this saying, I don't want an ISO 14000 certificate just to hang it on my wall, put it on my website and claim that we are doing everything right. Deep down, what are we doing with every piece of waste that we have? How can we first reduce the waste, reuse the waste? And you guys are all experts at this. And then we started stringing together a whole lot of experts and challenging them, saying, you know, what sort of an expert are you if you're not able to help me with this waste and bringing it down or reusing it or recycling it in some way or the other? And then as a next step, we began to involve the families of our employees. We call them once a year to come and take a round of our factory. So they understand this. And some of the children of our employees are beginning to ask us what may sound like very silly things. Why do you use so much paper? Why can't you do this electronically? You know, why can this paper not be reconverted into pulp, etc., etc., etc. And that, fortunately, has led the way where I really now am a proud recipient of an ISO 14000 certificate, which we got about 10, 12 years ago. But all the graphs, all those measures and metrics that we have, and I'm just speaking of environment now, but we do the same thing to OSAS from an employee safety, security, health perspective. But the idea is simple, that unless, the trouble is that all the experts are still measuring us on the websites, on the awards we win, etc., etc. I think that measure should change to what is the culture in an organization. Is the ambassador for responsible business only the CEO or the CFO or the CXO or the chief CSR officer of the company, or is it deep down? And unfortunately, so it's not only to do with measures, but I think our message, or I would like the message to change to that. And can you imagine then that millions of SMEs in our emerging economies begin to speak this language, begin to absorb this language? We'll have to be slow, we'll have to be patient, because don't forget that an SME specifically is very challenged to even keep his boat afloat at the moment. There are cash constraints, there are real issues that he deals with. A little bit about that. Now coming to the leadership position and what we did, and I can only talk about what I was doing and what I was trying to get my colleagues and businesses to look at. A leader is also a dealer in hope, as they say sometimes. Now, can you imagine that a migrant labor who had come and been employed with us for some years suddenly faces a completely uncertain future? So the first thing that we did, at least as a company, and I'm glad that many of our colleagues did at some point of time, was to have constant communication, regular communication with all our employees, whether they were contractual labor, casual labor as such. I don't like that term, because when you just imagine you call somebody a casual labor, don't be surprised that he behaves casually after that, because that's what you call him, right? So we made sure that we were a hub and spoke model. At least one executive was in charge of at least 12 employees, and he had to speak to every single one of these 12 employees once a week, wherever they were, in their villages or wherever they were, to tell them that, look, the company is still there, the establishment is still there. We don't know when we are going to open, but you will get your wages on time. If you need some extra money, ask for an advance or a loan. This is the procedure, etc., etc. The idea was like it's like a family that's going through a natural calamity, an earthquake or a flood. Just because some brothers are separated does not mean that we lose touch with them completely. And I think that helped tremendously. So on 18th of May, we were sort of off work only for about 6 weeks. But on 18th of May, when we got the permission to open, we started our plant. I'm happy that on 30th of May, exactly the number of people we wanted to come to work were there. During June, we had 100% of our workforce that came back. So out of 640 people, only 20 people have not come back till now. Everybody else was at work. And we had, God was kind, we started getting orders which were much more than we could have fulfilled at that stage. So instead of 8-hour shifts, we started running 12-hour shifts. Now you will say 12-hour shifts from a purely responsible business perspective, legal perspective is wrong. But that is where my issue comes in, that if we are aligned in our purpose, the labor unions, the labor laws, and what the businesses want and what the employees want needs to all be flexible. We need to all be agile and need to take all this into our measures of understanding what we mean by responsible businesses. Given the position that I see myself in today as a leader, and I will stop with that, I feel that it is our responsibility, as I said in the beginning, to convert capital into jobs. Now, obviously, we cannot convert into inefficient or ineffective jobs, because my own business or its own competitiveness will be at stake. So to that extent, globalization has got us all onto the same level. Our book that Raturi mentioned was Value Magics. How do you bring value in a cost-based environment? And there is a lot that we can say about it. Value not just to our customers, value to society, value to governments. But unfortunately, that dialogue is not going right in many countries. Even the governments and the businesses are not aligned. The governments look at the businessman as somebody who can pay them more taxes, or somebody who steals taxes from them, does not pay them on time. So I think this fantastic forum, Mr. Raturi and your team that you have developed, in my opinion, can pave the way to resetting this dialogue. COVID is a period, as they say, don't waste a crisis. I wrote an article right in the beginning of the crisis that said, don't waste this. if we don't learn the lessons, and many of the speakers alluded to that in some way or the other, if we don't learn the lessons that COVID-19 came to teach us, because COVID-19 taught me a lesson, not only as a business leader, as a consumer. I should not buy things just because I can afford them. I should buy things and consume things based on my need for consumption. And that's very different from affordability. I should, after all, I might be a rich man, or some people here might be rich people, but that does not mean that the resources of the planet are finite. They're not infinite. And so what is my role as a consumer? What is my role as a business leader? What is my role as a processor of goods, etc., etc.? So to me, the COVID period was a fantastic period, of reviewing my role in society. And I hope that my colleagues in the business did the same thing. Resetting those roles and saying, what will it mean? What is the new normal, as a lot of people are trying to say. But I can only tell you this with my limited experience. If we don't learn the lessons of COVID-19, there will be another morbid 22 or 25 or something like that, which will definitely teach us the lessons. So Mother Earth is telling us something, society is telling us something, nature is telling us something. And as Isaac Newton said, nature is very simple. If anything in our life seems complicated, that means we are on the wrong path. If my relationship with my neighbor is not right, if it's complicated, that means I'm not on the right path with them. If my relationship at the moment, our relationship with Mother Earth is not right, that's why we are having global warming. And if we don't set it right, we will all perish together. So I do hope that COVID-19 will be the last, and there will be no more morbid 25 or whatever like that. Back to you, Raturi. I'll be happy to answer any questions that the audience may have. You're on mute.
Thank you so much, Vinod. You are so clear and so eloquent. So you do not leave any doubts in the mind of people when you speak. So you speak so clear with heart and mind, and it actually touches in that way to the people. And you rightly said, I think that yes, this is the time to learn. And as you also have suggested us that how do we coordinate more with all the stakeholders in terms of creating such a synergy by which the government, the society, the industry is more ready towards such challenges together, and work in tandem when such situations occur in future. So with that, I really thank you so much for supporting us, for being here and sharing all your thoughts to our audiences, to our participants, and to everybody who would be watching this live stream. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So, Shumaya, can you have Danta also online?
Yes, I am here. So don't you have any question to Nirbhay and Vinod? Yes, I like to add to Mr. Vinod Sharma and also Nirbhay said also. So Mr. Vinod rightly said that the behavioral change, what he talked about the behavioral change, whatever businessman or a general person as mine, we were not that much aware of what is ESG or what is the environment or anything like this. But what about the change in our behavior? That is very important. If we look at in 1961, that was the time when people like in the planet, we could live in the capacity of one planet. But because you know that the natural resources and other things, so that would be less consumed. But if we think about 2000 or 2006, the planet become half. Why? Because certainly there are the growth of population, more natural resources are consumed by the people. But in the way, if we live or if we carry the lifestyle like Europe, then we may need 2 planets. If we continue this kind of lifestyle like Saudi Arabia, we may need 3 planets, but this is very unfortunate, and also we are not that much fortunate to buy 3 or 4 planets. We have to live in 1 planet only. So how we can compromise our lifestyle, like Vinod said, that I am rich, that doesn't mean that I have to buy what I like, but I have to think in the way that how I can less consume the resources and keep the availability for others. So this is the things, yes, we have to think in this way. Thank you, Virendra.
Thank you, Sumaya. Building on that. Nirbhay, you want to add any point? I also kept you waiting. If you have any point to add.
I don't have any. It was nice to share my perspective. It was nice to have. I think, yes, what Vinod has shared was really, yes, it's about individual responsibility and also behavioral change. I think it's what matters end of the day. I think it's a collective responsibility, but it begins with the individual. Yeah, no other observation beyond that.
Thank you so much, Nirbhay, coming to this platform, and we hope that we continue to have this dialogue forward. Yeah, thank you. Dr. Danta, are you there? Sumaya, can you make the efforts that if he's around? No. So, now we come to the end of our 3-day session. This has been very, very encouraging and very enriching even to us, to the organizer, SR Asia, to understand ESG in much more in depth, in many more senses. It was very, very enriching to have more than 25 speakers from across the globe, here, and sharing their perspective, considering the current situations, even bringing the very primitive knowledge to the current contemporary one, and setting the tone for the future, even this point in time. This was really very clear to us that environmental social governance is something which we should be caring, and caring in a sense that we cannot survive without addressing the natural issues of environment and society. Right now in the pandemic also, we learn that if we at an individual level do not safeguard the practices which are prescribed by World Health Organizations or the regulatory team within the respective countries, the mankind may not survive. So we can understand from here itself that how important it is to govern in a way that it helps me and it also helps everyone around me. This understanding perhaps has come very easily to us. What is the important takeaway after this session, that it is very important to govern ourselves at an individual level. And once we, each of us fall into that habit, it obviously create an aura, it obviously create an example as you, and then people around you see that happening. And I think this itself will individually have a catalytic impact and effect, and that is how the governance all across the states, countries shall grow, shall prosper. We also get to know that environmental and social governance can help us to even assess, understand what next, what kind of a disaster, what kind of a pandemic can be there, what kind of a readiness we have to have. Because this was coming to us that when Industry 4.0 happens, and it is happening in some countries, Industry 4.0 is taking place. In some countries, it is being discussed. People will take initiative forward. Industry 4.0 are also being called as a dark factories, that robots will be self-equipped to operate themselves within the factories, and possibly no man would be required to guide them there. That is why they are being called dark factories. Now, understanding all these perspectives, it is important to communicate. It is important to engage society, people, our stakeholders, partners right now. And as also being told by our one of the esteemed speakers, that this is the time when we actually can realize rightly that how the different stakeholders of the societies are or have fell apart. That means how the governments have behaved, how the politics has behaved, how business has behaved, how society has behaved, how one country to the another has behaved. This is the time where we can see what are the real gaps. This is the time where we can actually see what we really need to be doing to be on the same pace, how we would be fighting it together as a team. And therefore, the such efforts we will, SRSA will continue to make to engage people from industry, from academia, from social civil society, from even the government. Of course, we would also like to have people who are in the politics. Why not? It is also our responsibility to educate them, in a sense, communicate them. That may be the right word to say to the politicians, to communicate to them. But I think it is important. Most of the time we do not communicate. So we have our considerate view. We also undermine that they might not listen to us. And all these, judgmental view also need to be reevaluated, replaced, and we have to build up a new paradigm shift. I think new paradigm shift would come. In that case, this was the first webinar series. Today, in today's topic, we had a way forward, but we started with the resilient, how the world need to be resilient. And it comes very clear that if the world has to be resilient, each individual has to cooperate. We know that the disease goes from one to another. Dr. Surekha has put it very rightly. She has tried to connect all the dots. And we got to learn that the world has to be resilient. Therefore, we understand that how environmental social governance issue is important, how it is important to the individual, societies, business, all put together. And with that, we come to the end of our third day. In my concluding remarks, I must thank everyone who has participated in this program as an audience. I thank everyone who are seeing this program on our live stream on Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, and I also thank everyone who has raised issues, concern. I commit to them that those who raised issues, concerned, and due to the paucity of time, we couldn't take your questions to the experts. We will have those questions being raised to the respective eminent experts, and we will put those question answer in our website and also our social media pages. Last but not the least, I thank my family, my SR Asia family, my team who were the backbone of managing, organizing, managing, monitoring and executing this very strategically, who has put all their energy to make this happen, because it was really difficult to and it was interesting also. I think not difficult, I would say it was very interesting, very motivating for us to really talk to our experts, to the Central America, people coming in from South America, to Europe, to the Japan, to all Asian countries, and sharing and making this on time. So I thank the team to make efforts to bring all these people on such a platform, this Zoom platform, and sharing their perspective. I'm sure this has been fruitful. So I must say thank you so much, Shomaya. You have been wonderful. You have put lots of efforts to it. You see definitely that this has concluded very well. I personally extend a lot of regards to your efforts and energy and motivations to conclude it successfully. Dr. Danta, I cannot see, but he's like a real reed ki haddi. He's like our, vertebral bra. So he's always there for us, always on the work. He's always working 24/7 whenever we want to him to be there. And all other our interns, there are lots of interns. Priyansa for taking notes of this. Our partners in Mongolia, our partners in Malaysia, Vizi, our representative in Vietnam, all of you, thank you so much. And we assure you that this is just the beginning, and you would see the best of the minds again and again and again on this platform, setting things right. SR Asia is a international knowledge hub. So we do not want this knowledge to be within. This knowledge has to go to the people. And that efforts would continue with the support of all of you, all the speakers, all the companies who have supported us. And with that, I thank you all. Jai Hind. Namaskar.